No, you're good. There we go. Good afternoon. I'm Robert White, Council Member at Large and Chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Tuesday, November 28th, 2023, and we are meeting in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building, with some participants joining us remotely via Zoom. The time is now 1:11 p.m., and I'm calling to order this public roundtable on making social housing work in the District of Columbia. I hope everybody is well rested after Thanksgiving weekend, because today we're here to work. There's an affordable housing crisis in DC, and I believe everybody at this roundtable wants to help solve it. But it's a massive challenge. A recent analysis of census data showed that the number of DC households spending more than half their income on housing costs has grown faster than the overall population. 36,000 households were in this predicament in 2010, and it's grown to 44,000 households in 2020. That's 44,000 families at serious risk of having to move out of our city. Most of my own family has been priced out and moved away. Now, it's not like the district government is sitting back and ignoring these problems. The fiscal year 2020 budget alone included nearly $1.4 billion for things like housing construction, home ownership initiatives, rental assistance, public housing maintenance, and homeless services. And while our Housing Production Trust Fund investments aren't meeting the ambitious affordability mandates built into the program, our government's housing finance professionals have been fairly strategic with our tax dollars. The HPTF, for example, is awarded through an intensive solicitation process that forces developers to go out and find as much private capital as possible. Then various DC agencies work together to step in and plug the gaps with low-cost financing and ongoing rent subsidies to try and stretch our funds as far as possible. Despite these investments, we don't have anywhere near enough housing that people with strong middle-class incomes can afford, let alone people with lower incomes. The median income in DC grew about 25% between 2012 and 2022. That would be great news, except that market rate rents in apartments skyrocketed by about 45% over the last decade. Right this minute, over 14,000 market rate apartments are under construction in DC, but more than 10,000 of those are luxury apartments that will be out of reach for a lot of working class people. Whether you make $25,000 a year or $80,000 a year, odds are you're going to struggle to find an apartment that fits your budget. It's clear we need better approaches, not just different and not just more, but better. One possibility that has a lot of district residents excited is social housing. This one phrase can mean a lot of different things, but at its core, it involves public ownership, a mix of income levels, and a permanent guarantee of affordable housing. My colleague, Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, has done an incredible job working with local activists to put together a legislative proposal, the Green New Deal for housing, that would set up a new social housing agency of the district government. Last November, our colleague, at-large Councilmember Anita Bonds, chaired a marathon 11-hour hearing on the first version of the bill. Over 100 members of the public signed up to testify, and 136 people submitted written comments for the record. We heard overwhelming support, not just for the concept of social housing in DC, but also for a lot of the particulars of the bill. We also heard some really thoughtful critiques from a range of perspectives, including housing finance experts in our own government, nonprofit affordable housing providers, smart growth advocates, and even homeless services attorneys. They raised questions about whether our government can really rise to the challenge of setting up a successful new agency to fund and run high-quality, permanent, affordable housing. I still feel like we can pull it off, and clearly Councilmember Lewis-George does too. This spring, she and her team redrafted and reintroduced her legislation. I was pleased to co-introduce it along with Councilmembers Nadeau, Allen, Trayon White, Pinto, and Parker. Now, Bill 25-191, the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2023, is pending before the Committee on Housing. The 5 of us on this committee need to decide whether to mark this bill up. If we do, it can advance to the Committee on Business and Economic Development, which has the option of making further changes, and from there to the full council. After that, the mayor and council would have to decide how much of our precious affordable housing budget to dedicate to the new agency. The people of DC have entrusted us, their elected leaders, with charting the best path forward. And I want to make sure we all have the information we need to make smart decisions. I don't want us passing a bill and patting ourselves on the back, then watching a great idea sit unused, like the District Opportunity to Purchase Act, which is coming up on its 15th birthday in January, never used. I don't want us to replicate the problems of public housing, which pushes people with the lowest incomes and wealthier residents into separate communities and has consistently failed to provide dignified housing. I don't want us to assume that models from other countries with dramatically different conditions, such as abundant vacant land, can be dropped into our city without very careful tailoring. And I want to make sure that there is ample buy-in from our legislature and executive leadership so that we don't take a promising idea and fumble the execution in the face of challenging circumstances, as has happened with the New Communities Initiative projects. If we move on a social housing bill, I want it to be viable, to give people meaningful help on a meaningful scale. That's why I've convened this roundtable as a work session to kick the tires and set any future social housing agency up for success. I'm honored to welcome experts in a range of topics: public housing residents who are experts in what it's like to fight for decent living conditions in government-run housing, nonprofit developers who are experts in what it takes to transform empty land into apartments that everyday Washingtonians can afford, academics and activists who are experts in what other jurisdictions across the country and around the world have done to make social housing a reality. And I know there are plenty of other people out there who have expertise of their own. Everyone is welcome to submit written comments on making social housing work in the District of Columbia between now and Tuesday, December 12th. If you're watching this at home, you can go to lims.dc.council.gov/hearings. That's LIMS, lims.dc.council.gov/hearings to share your thoughts. So we will move to opening remarks from my colleagues, starting with Councilmember Matt Fruman.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I think all of us share the goal that we need to build and manage as much affordable housing as possible and do it as economically efficiently as possible. The social housing model looks like a very exciting model. I look forward to hearing more about it. I will say I've looked at some of the testimony and seen some of the challenges around financing, and those are going to be things that I'm going to want to explore with the various witnesses, the witnesses who are in support of social housing and witnesses who are in opposition to the proposal. We do want to get this right. And so figuring out what's the best way to get to our shared goal of significantly more affordable housing than what we have today is my compass point. The Urban Institute study showing 82,000 people in the District of Columbia housing insecure. I think that's over 10% of our population. I think the figure is a quarter of our children are living in circumstances in which they're housing insecure. This is an emergency. I applaud Councilmember Louis George for coming forward with this proposal. We need creative ways to move the ball forward. We have to make sure that that they can work, and we need to tailor them so they can work. And I look forward to being part of the process to try to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman Robert White. I would like to start by thanking you and your dedicated committee staff for holding this roundtable on how to make social housing work in the district. I also want to thank the many DC tenants, public housing residents, organizers, advocates, nonprofits, and experts who have helped shape this legislation and who have been engaging thousands of residents across our city to support social housing. The Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act is about confronting our housing crisis, our displacement crisis, and our climate crisis with a comprehensive approach that puts both our people both our people and our planet first. Today, we will hear many voices on how social housing will and can meet the needs of our communities. The differing perspectives will move us closer to distilling a more precise vision for social housing in DC and fill the major gaps in our city. Although we have a diversity of views at this roundtable, I know that we are united in recognizing two fundamental truths. First, that we have a housing crisis in DC that systemically displaces thousands of our neighbors every year and pushes far too many people out of our city onto our streets without homes. We are reminded of this dire reality every day. Like my colleague noted, the most recent Urban Institute showing that 82,000 DC residents, that's 1 out of every 10 DC residents, do not have stable housing. And that overwhelming majority of those without stable housing are Black and Brown residents. Stable housing is foundational for thriving families, for keeping people healthy, for children to succeed, and for making our communities safer. Housing is a necessity for governments to actually function well. And our housing crisis is deeply connected to DC's staffing crisis that prevents us from being able to hire enough 911 call takers, enough social workers, enough mental health clinicians, enough teachers, DPW workers, officers. If DC is not a city where working people can afford to live, we will not succeed as a city in delivering government services. The second undeniable truth is that DC desperately needs more affordable housing, especially the deeply affordable housing that is far too rare in our city and that doesn't lend itself to a profit model of private development. That is exactly what social housing is about, adding a critical tool to our toolbox for creating affordable housing, especially for the families that need it most in our city and are currently being failed. I do not expect this to be an easy conversation, but I hope it can be an earnest conversation where we all work together and recognize that doing the same thing and expecting different results is insanity, and that we all have a responsibility to solve a real crisis in DC that impacts every part of the city. DC is not moving alone in this area. Rhode Island, Massachusetts, California, our neighbors in Montgomery County are either considering or passed innovative social housing legislation. These jurisdictions and other cities around the world are proving that social housing is a viable model that can deliver for working families. Governments that advance social housing recognize that housing is a public good and that they have a responsibility to ensure that all of the residents are housed. They invest in housing as infrastructure that can efficiently and sustainably meet their community's needs. Last year, after the Green New Deal for Housing Act received strong support and robust feedback from dozens of witnesses at its first public hearing, my team made several improvements to the bill, including requiring 60% of units to be rented to extremely very and low income residents. That includes residents making less than $32,000 a year. Requiring construction of 2 and 3 bedrooms to be 60% of the units, which we heard feedback, that's what we need more of and want to see more of. Authorizing the Office of Social Housing Development to utilize and acquire district-owned land in addition to buildings for the purpose of social housing generation. Specifically capping rent at 30% of income in perpetuity for tenants who had lower incomes that move in, allowing for downward rental adjustments if incomes is disrupted, providing housing incentives for essential workers in education, health, or direct service professions, creating tenant governance structures mandated for all social housing developments, expanded trainings and support for tenant boards with clarified and streamlined oversight roles, creating expanded environmental standards for buildings, and establishing pathways to jobs training through social housing with union labor hiring incentives. We heard back from residents and from tenants especially that they wanted their voice centered, and we have done our best to center those voices. Social housing is something we can and will implement in the district to create the affordable housing that DC residents desperately need. If we leave it to the market alone, we won't get there. This is about centering the people's needs over profit. If we leave it to the tools we have by themselves alone right now, we will not get there. So I am thankful and encouraged by the roundtable panelists based on the discussion we have today and the comments we received for the public record. I'm eager to work in partnership with Chairman Robert White and my colleagues to further strengthen this legislation and move forward. the best vision possible for social housing that does right by our people and does right by our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Now we'll turn to our invited witnesses. Committee staff posted a draft agenda with witnesses separated into 3 panels, public witnesses into 3 panels. We tried to organize them roughly in terms of what kinds of things we think our witnesses might want to focus on and what we hope to glean from them. We also posted some policy questions that my staff thought it would be helpful to have you all consider and address in writing. That said, the real point of the panels is just to ensure there aren't too many people for a manageable discussion. Everyone should feel free to weigh in on whatever aspects of social housing you think will be helpful for our work. For those panelists joining us over Zoom, when I call your name, the staff will promote you from attendee to a panelist so you can testify. When you're promoted, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily and come back in as a panelist, after which time you'll be able to unmute yourself. One, please be on the lookout for a pop-up that may prompt you to accept promotion to a panelist. We won't be able to hear or see you if you don't do that. Also, please put your view in gallery view so that you can see the clock. I feel rude when I have to cut people off, so I'd rather you cut yourself off. If you're here in person, then when I call your name, you'll come and sit at the witness table right in front of me. Each witness will have 4 minutes to testify, and then we'll get into a discussion where my fellow council members and I will take turns asking questions of the panel. After our 3 panels of invited public witnesses conclude, I'll invite Director Colleen Green of the Department of Housing and Community Development to testify on behalf of the mayor's administration. I'll now call up our first panel of public witnesses. Parisa Naruzi, Executive Director of Empower DC, Beatrice Evans, Tenant President of Triangle View Senior Apartments, Heather Day, resident of James Creek Apartments, Public Housing, Linda Brown, resident of Greenleaf Senior Apartments, Public Housing, and the Honorable Andrew Friedson, Vice President and District 1 Council Member of the Montgomery County Council. And give us a moment to get people queued up. Okay, look, I think Beatrice Evans and Councilmember Friedson are not with us yet. Hopefully they will join, but we will start with you, Parisa. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good to be here. Good afternoon. I'm Parisa Naruzi. I am the co-founder and executive director of Empower DC, where for the last 20 years, I've worked with residents across the district who have been harmed by rising gentrification and the city's housing policies and failure to address displacement. Social housing is urgently needed, and yes, we must figure out how to make it work in reality, because we cannot continue to pretend that we are fixing an affordable housing crisis while doing the same things we've always done that contributed to the crisis. So how do we make social housing work? Here's a few of my thoughts. We must dedicate public land to social housing. This is something that should have been done years ago. Any public land that is to be used for housing should be for social housing. No more privatized luxury housing on public land. No more wharfs, no more dispositions. Keep public land public and use it for social housing. A great starting point. Let's use the 1617 Youth Street Northwest site for social housing. The community around that neighborhood is calling for it. Make this social housing fund the largest affordable housing fund in the city, investing in both the construction and the operating costs, the ongoing operating costs, including any built-in subsidy, rent subsidy that will be needed for the lowest income tenants. Yes, this will be costly, but it is a necessary cost, far more affordable than homeless services, and it will contribute to the welfare of our city in a way that will reap multiple returns. More so than building a new agency, which may be necessary, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure. I think we definitely need a strong program with clear and enforceable standards, built-in mechanisms for ongoing transparency, accountability, and continuous oversight, not annual oversight. We need to identify problems early and solve them, and don't let them persist or worsen. We should consider the DC auditor a friend and incorporate annual audits into that plan. We must have a true decision-making power for tenants through tenant councils that have a supportive nonprofit partner that can provide technical assistance. They should have the power to hire and fire managers, property managers, compel transparency from government agency staff, and leverage all available city programs to serve immediate needs of tenants. We have to focus on the 0 to 30% AMI units. In my opinion, everything else is secondary. If we're not creating a significant number of 0 to 30% AMI units, we are failing once again. We have to focus on housing for families and people with disabilities. We must include them in the design to ensure that these units are thoughtfully designed to meet their needs. We should make these projects small to mid-size. I do not believe these should be massive housing developments. Making these projects super large increases the costs, it extends the construction timelines, and it degrades quality of life for residents while increasing the likelihood for conflict. We must incorporate green and common spaces, on-site services, and amenities that foster community and healthy families, and we should prioritize Native Washingtonians and people who have experienced displacement for available units. I want to just mention that the other day I was speaking with a woman I'll call Miss J, who I've known for many years. She lives along the U Street area, works in the oldest Black Catholic church in the city. And she said to me, if they don't want us here, they should just tell us to leave. And this is a senior citizen who's a renter since the 80s in her apartment building next to the Reeves Center. The city needs to show her and others that we do want them here, and therefore we must pursue social housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Heather Day, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Heather. Well, sorry. My name is Heather Day, and I'm a public housing resident. I became a public housing resident again due to a displacement of a house fire as a result of neglect from a DCHA program. I was a part of the home ownership program, which was also the DCHA, that I was later notified that was discontinued. Trying to find out, where our monies and how to retrieve things from that program has been an issue. My unit was supposed to be repaired due to during a RAD in Melville program, which has not happened since my fire in December of 2020. And as you can see, as mentioned before, there is a strong need for transparency, communication, and accountability. So my understanding, the purpose of the social housing program is to meet the needs of residents for affordable housing. I will support this program if we can work towards avoiding the challenges faced by existing programs such as the Housing Choice Program, public housing, and other programs that are supposed to help us. There's too much inhuman behavior such as retaliation, lack of sympathy, pity, and compassion for people. Right now, we're just being treated as another ticket number. Let's bring back the trust between the residents in these DC programs. Some changes that need to be done involve around safety, healthy, and appropriate family-sized, well-kept units. I feel as though that policies and procedures need to be enforced at all times and not just when there's a personal beef with the residents. I feel as though everyone should have a voice, allowing, maintenance, the guys who are actually the middlemen who come into our units and see what repairs need to be done, and, allow them to be able to anonymously report some of these problems within their property without risk of losing their jobs. I also feel as though there should be funding for maintenance to be trained on how to do their job and provide tools and new materials for them to be able to do their jobs. As far as communication, I feel as though there should be multiple methods to get the word out about meetings and policy changes. Everyone may not be tech savvy. They may not understand the terminology in the letters. Have a live person that they can speak to or go to in person to speak to without a 2 to 3 hour wait time to understand the literature that's sent out. As far as residents, I feel as though the program should train and hire residents to serve on site as maintenance and as managers. Also implement a quality control program which will ensure that everything is working. Have an outside agency do audits, revisit the policies and procedures from the administration before who've already done the research. Let's improve and actually put some of these changes into place. I feel as though there should be some type of expedited recovery plan that takes place when the agency drops the ball and the resident is still being affected. As far as affordability, I feel like instead of basing our income off of our gross, let's look at the net pay, because in certain situations, depending on your income, you're not going to see any of that money. You're going to owe taxes at the end of the year, and it's still going to put you in a bind. Let's promote social equality. Let's do resident empowerment by teaching awareness and sensitivity. Let's have community integration by in-person and face-to-face meetings. I feel like, a lot of times we're just another ticket number. Once the call is hung up or once the email is read, no one cares about anything. I feel as though what we currently have is causing more harm to our residents than helping. Please understand this is our life and not a job. It doesn't start Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. We can't turn it off on the weekends. It happens 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and there's nothing that we can do about it. So if we're going to implement this program, let's make it work for everyone by involving more residents and actually caring about what we're going through. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Day. Linda Brown, welcome.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can.
Yes. Good afternoon, Councilman and Councilwoman. My name is Linda Brown. I live in the Greenleaf Senior Building along with my adult daughter who has disabilities. So I'm speaking today on behalf of the disability population. Is that right now what we have in housing does not accommodate the disability population, because we need more affordable housing for them as well as the caregivers who care for them. As the councilwoman said before, there are a lot of our teachers and caregivers and social workers who cannot live in DC because of the rents that is too high. So therefore, we have a challenge of getting that care for our children or adults who have disabilities. The social housing, as it stands now, if we could get that in place so that it would represent exactly what it says on paper, because a lot of times what we have on paper does not coincide with the lived experience of the people who are living in the senior buildings or on public properties. So if we could find a way that could actually make sure that the housing is affordable, accessible to this population who is very vulnerable. I have seen a lot of my friends pushed out of public housing because they can't afford the medium income that is required. So therefore, we could make this social housing work. I know that right now what we have in terms of the building, what we call mixed income, it is not working. So we have a lot of these programs that just aren't working up to par. So if we could actually, one, be able to communicate, two, have a timeline when we're going to have these policies in place. And the third is that I know that when we are talking about income, we're also talking about class. We're talking about biases, so that you can't change people's attitude. We're going to have to, as we're coming together in a community, we're going to really have to work at training and getting these things done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to do 10-minute rounds of questions. So let me start with Ms. Naruzzi. One of the things you mentioned in your testimony is that we should focus on the 0 to 30% AMI. So people with the lowest incomes, and everything else is secondary. One of the aspects that I think is beneficial to social housing is that it's a pretty diverse mix of incomes. So for people with lower income, in the lower income band, middle, and then market rate or higher incomes. If we focus on 0 to 30 as the priority, then it seems like we're shifting more toward the public housing model. Is that what you're suggesting in your testimony, or am I misunderstanding it?
Thank you. I mean, I think first and foremost, I think that the stated income breakdown is good. I would hate to lose any of those 30%. And I think one of the questions in the list that we received was something to that effect. So, you know, we cannot minimize that 30% AMI. I think in a lot of other programs, 30% AMI is an afterthought, right? It's thrown in a few units. I think one of the testimonies I saw submitted said 5% should be 30% AMI. Like, that is not going to solve our problem, right? So my point is that if we're not making it work for a sufficient number of 30% AMI, then we're not making it work. We cannot sacrifice those units.
I appreciate that. I agree. We can't sacrifice those units. It is fundamentally important. I think also to the point of Linda Brown, people like home health aides who are not generally paid very well also need to live relatively closely so that we can have them in our workforce. Let me start with Ms. Brown, and then I'll move to Ms. Day. Public housing is means tested, and some social housing units would be means tested as well. What should we keep in mind as we try to set up an agency or a program that can accurately confirm people's income with a minimum of intrusion into their lives? So let me start with Ms. Brown. What are there some things we need to keep in mind as we think of a program that will have to confirm people's incomes?
Well, I'm what do you call it? Recertifying I think is a great way. That is fine, the recertification. It is that when the recertification happens, that it must be noted so that everyone understands when someone has lost their job, or when when someone has been hired again. You must have a way of keeping that data updated in a timely manner, because a lot of that, when someone is hired and working and then they report that they are no longer working, it takes so long for that information to be processed, and you're still charging families money that they can't pay for because they no longer have those funds coming in.
I appreciate that. And Ms. Day, you mentioned something along these lines in your testimony about looking at gross income as opposed to net income, or use net income as opposed to gross income. So let me ask you a different question if I can, but if you have thoughts, feel free to expound. But what I'd like to know from you is there anything positive from the public housing experience that we should try to make sure we replicate in a future social housing agency?
There used to be a program where they had, I wouldn't really say case management, but there was a program where there was someone who actually was a resource for residents that helped with like repairing your credit, understanding how to fill out certain things, and just everyday life. There was like some type of life skills person who was available to residents to show us and to teach us how to do some of these things that we were unable to do. Unfortunately, those positions don't exist because they did their job.
I appreciate that. And one of the things is I think about what social housing could look like in the district and in the United States if we really achieve the mix of incomes that we're looking for, aside from it really being to everyone's benefit. I think you have more people in the community that can be part of the community, provide some of those services. Let me stay with you, Ms. Day. What do you wish policymakers understood better about how to provide affordable housing in the district? So as we look at the idea of affordable housing, social housing, what's something you wish we understood better?
I just wish you guys understood everyday living of someone with low income or someone such as myself with a large family. You know, in some cases, you know, I get it. We fit a certain income, but we still need some assistance. And I feel as though there's really no assistance for us who are trying to make a career, those that are trying to, you know, have a good living and become homeowners and pretty much survive day to day. So I wish that there was just a little more compassion and empathy for, you know, those who are actually trying. I wish there was support for those who have turned to, you know, addictions or mental issues or substance abuse and things that help them cope with lack of resources, lack of funding, lack of people just caring about their everyday lives. I wish, you know, you guys just took a second and actually get to know and understand what's really going on. I mean, I understand when it comes to a job, you know, hey, we hear this every day. Like I said in my testimony, it's another ticket number. But understand what we can do to gain that trust between the residents and the programs to make things better.
And to that point, and I'm going to turn back to Ms. Brown, one of the things that Parisa Naruzi suggested in her testimony is that as we look at a possible social housing agency or program to give true decision-making power to tenants. What do you feel, Ms. Brown? How do you feel? What do you think is the level of decision-making power for residents in public housing today? Do you feel like you have decision-making power, you and your fellow residents?
I feel like I have decision power, but I am able to get out and connect in the community and learn how to use that power. A lot of the residents aren't clear that they have it and how to use it. So if we have representatives in our community, it is how well they communicate those powers to their residents and teach them how to use those powers and communicate those powers. I just like to add one quick thing is that when I was growing up, we had our neighborhoods people who worked in all walks of life so that everyone was able to see different perspectives of life. So I think that within itself is missing. So we had teachers that lived in our neighborhoods. We had people, entrepreneurs who lived in the neighborhood. We had lawyers who lived in the neighborhood. So if we're going to talk about social housing and have these residents or, you know, live in the community, that will also give people understanding of their power and how to use it.
I appreciate that, Ms. Brown. I really could not agree with you more. I hear my dad talk a lot about how when he grew up, his teacher lived up the street, his principal lived around the corner. You know, there were lawyers, mail carriers, everybody in the neighborhood. The neighborhoods were more mixed income neighborhoods. That exposure, as I said earlier, is to everyone's benefit as we start to think about what the future of the district looks like. We are in a time, and have been for some time, where we are so segregated by income, and it hasn't done us any favors. We see that as we look outside right now, in so many ways, the conditions of our building, the crime spiraling out of control in our city. So I think there's something really powerful to what you're suggesting, Ms. Brown, that I think social housing gets at in a big way. Let me turn to Councilmember Matt Fruman for a round of questions.
Chairman White, I think when you came in, I was the first person you saw, but when I came in, Councilmember Lewis George was the first person I saw. And as the author of the bill, if she wanted to go before me, I think I should have said it when you called. All right, I'm happy to go. But I'd go. Yeah. All right, great. Thank you very much. Just Ms. Neruzzi, you talked about a project that I think we're going to hear more about during the course of the day. I think it's 1617 U Street, which you said could be a social housing project. And I wonder if you could talk more about how you would see that working, or how people who are talking about that could see that working, and what it means for it to be a social housing project. Chairman White asked you about mixes of income. Would you envision that to be a project that included the kinds of bands that are talked about in this legislation?
Thank you. Yeah, I think it can follow that mixed income model that's outlined in the bill. I mean, I personally think that I would be okay with doing the 30% and 50% and sacrificing some of the market rate. I understand that that's the model that's being promoted, and that there is an interest in mixing incomes. However, I will say that our experience working with tenants who've gone through public housing redevelopment and now reside in mixed income communities, there's a lot of challenges that we have not quite talked about in terms of community building and classism and stereotype. And there's going to have to be a lot of intentionality around building true community in a very mixed income building. I would think that 1617 U Street is an ideal site for social housing. There's additional public uses on the site, the police and fire station. So it does have a public use need. It should not be declared surplus and privatized. And adding social housing to the site would, keep that site public, add an additional public infrastructure amenity. I think it should be done within like I said, a small to medium size. I don't think we need the 10 stories and all of that. I think that actually creates way more conflict and challenge when we're trying to build community. And yeah, the historic U Street area, a neighborhood that was 90% plus Black in a few generations ago, decades ago, and now is, I think, less than 10% Black. Our office, our headquarters is 14th and V, and so we've been in that community for over 2 decades as well. And the city has not used public land in that area to keep people in place. It's used it to further gentrification. So we truly need to repair that history. In addition, there's a nearby history of Black landowners having their land taken for the creation of Meridian Hill Park or Malcolm X Park. And there was a preponderance of racially restricted covenants in that area as well. So there's tangible things that need to be repaired, and this site would be an ideal site for that.
And so is the idea that the police and fire station would be on the ground floor, and then there would be some number of floors of housing above that, but not 9, because you don't want it 10 stories. But is that the idea, or would the police station and I believe it's both police and fire there?
Yeah.
Would they be gone when the housing went there?
I mean, I think that has to be the result of a planning process. I personally think a lot of people don't want to live on top of a police station. So perhaps the site could be divided so that police and fire abuts U Street while the housing abuts V Street. because it is, I think 2.5 acre site. I think there's options available to us. So that's a matter of planning. And, I think there's another hearing coming up soon on the Common Ground Bill, the whole scenario around how we deal with public land. The Office of Planning has already asked the Zoning Commission to upzone this site to maximum height. Meanwhile, it's not been declared surplus. We don't know yet what we're going to use it for, but it's as though it's a fait accompli that this is going to be a high density market rate building. So we have to intervene now, I think.
So, and another dimension of it, and we're going to hear from witnesses who are going to talk about this, is how it would be financed. I mean, are people who are proposing that it be social housing, how are they thinking that that would be financed? Is there a conversation about that at this point?
No, there hasn't been an in-depth conversation because unfortunately right now the community has not been invited to have that conversation, right? The conversation that's been held by city government is essentially just that same old model that we've repeated again and again and again of privatizing and having it be a private developer. So yeah, that hasn't even been explored yet. And I'm sure it will require government subsidy. And I think that's okay. I think this is the area where we should be putting in the subsidy.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly am comfortable doing a lot of subsidy. I wonder how much it is. I think you need to that would need to be figured out as part of this process. Okay, well, thank you very much for that. Ms. Day, you talked about policies and procedures need to be enforced always. I think you said not just when there was some sort of grievance against a tenant. Can you talk more about what are you getting at there? What kinds of policies and procedures do you believe are not being enforced consistently and need to be enforced more consistently?
Okay, so I can speak on like the rent policy. There's a certain due date where the rent is due, or there's late fees, or you pretty much breach your contract. Now, on my end, I've been trying to get a ledger corrected from 5-6 years ago, which still is affecting me now. And, when you're trying to get the agencies to work with you and to do an audit, to do a backtrack, to find out what's going on, to include rent abatement, to, look at all the different circumstances as to why something may not be paid or why something is incorrect, they refuse to do so. Right now, for the past couple of months, I've been trying to remove my daughter who had an income. I had 2 children who left my household who had an income. So adding them on took no problem. Boom, your new rent rate is this amount. Trying to remove has been an issue. I've been told that, oh, it didn't really affect your rent, but it did because it increased once she was added. It should decrease once, she was removed. As far as trying to complete recertifications, as of right now, I'm still trying to decide if I agree or disagree with the flat rent thing. Either way, both rent amounts are too expensive. And you're telling me that I have to sign this document to say whether I agree to have flat rent or income-based rent, I believe. If not, you guys can't complete my certification, which right now I don't have a recertification completed due to that. So, it shouldn't be like a domino effect. We should be able to have these issues addressed and figure out what the best solution is and move forward. So I'm pretty much being told that I have to agree with this in order to have this done. Either way, it's still a negative on myself because, I haven't come to a decision. I don't understand, or it just, just hasn't been made. I don't agree. So feel like I need to be forced to sign something and agree with something to get something else completed.
All right, that's super helpful. Thank you very much. Ms. Naruzzi, actually that prompted another question that I wanted to ask you about. And that is, so if there's a tenant who enters at a, below 30% AMI and their income rises above 30% AMI, how do you see that? Do you think that person should lose their unit? Or do you think that when a new unit comes open that the it would need to be filled by somebody at 30% AMI. I was reading something about Vienna where I think that, once you move in, there's no more checks on your income. And it would concern me that if your income rose above a level that you would lose great housing, which could become a disincentive to getting a better job. So how do you see that? Do you see income checks every year? And if you come outside of the band that you started in, that you would lose your right to the apartment that you're in?
That's a good question. We had a similar issue in a limited equity co-op that I lived in for 10 years. And I think typically it's you check your income when you enter the program. You don't lose your unit when your income increases. I think for a program like this, however, we may want to we'd have to continuously look at the unit mix and make sure that, we still were meeting the 30% AMI mandate. And so it may be that some folks would have to leave at some point if their income increased significantly. And I don't think it would be an immediate thing is the point that I'm making. But I do think it requires an ongoing analysis of the unit mix and making sure that it doesn't end up becoming a place where, a lot of people who have really increased their income and may not meet those bands anymore are living. I think another way to address that also, though, is just to make sure that we're making the program most available to people who are not, just coming into the city as a student and they're going to get, they're finishing a law degree and they're about to get, a huge jump in income. Like, let's target it to people who are native Washingtonians, people who are on a fixed income, people who do have restrictions in their ability to work because of disability or caring for a person with disability. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's make sure that we're creating those housing opportunities for people. Not everybody's income is going to increase. Let me just put it that way. We need housing for people whose incomes is stagnant or zero. And there's a lot of people in our city like that for very legitimate reasons, and we need to be caring for them. So I would like to see us prioritize them.
Thank you very much. I'm over time, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. Want to start with and thank the entire panel witnesses. Ms. Rosie, you talked about empowering tenants through this through social housing, and I think you mentioned some ideas around decision making. How can we empower tenants through social housing? And then I would love for Ms. Evans and Ms. Dye to weigh in as well. What are ways that we can empower tenants through this process?
Thank you. Yeah, and Heather and Linda are great experts on this question. I would just say that there has to be clear bodies like tenant councils or associations where there are people who can serve in leadership. There can be, committees where people can make real decisions, right? So whether it's like, for instance, again, drawing on my experience in a co-op, setting the house rules, determining what the quiet hours will be, determining some, friendly rules around the use of common spaces, like tenants actually participating in having a vote in being a member of an association and being able to vote on some of those things. Having a lot of transparency around the management of the site. There should never be a situation where the tenants don't have the information about the status of repairs, the status of the financials, even if they're not themselves in charge of the financials, they should still have that information and that transparency and be able to ask questions and be able to understand that information to the best of their ability. And they should have ongoing technical assistance. No tenant association never needs assistance. They should always have access to a nonprofit, maybe that can help with organizing tenants and increasing member engagement, or perhaps an attorney who can help them with legal questions. So those are some of the ways that I would encourage us to think about it.
Thank you. And Heather and Linda, would love for you to weigh in on ways we can include centering tenants and giving tenants more power in this model.
Okay, Linda, you can go first. I'm sorry. Excuse me one moment.
Okay. Well, I agree with Parissa. We do need professionals to be able to help us when that need arises. But we also have to be ensured that when we are making decisions or voting on decisions, we're just not there as a body just to make a decision, that those decisions that we make as a body or as tenants will count, will go towards solving these problems. A lot of time we just, as tenants, feel that we just give voice to these issues, but none of these issues are taken seriously or don't get implemented. So there is a lot of accountability and real power that is needed so that our voices and our votes count.
I wanted to, one thing that came up in both Parissa and your testimony and Heather, is the need for family size units and taking families into consideration. Why is that important, and what are we seeing now as far as the availability of family size units?
Heather, go ahead.
Okay. I would say it's important because, and I'll speak for myself again as a single mom of multiple children, having units that are family size based is really helpful because, one, we're already on top of each other. We need to be able to have space to, engage in building activities. If there is an activity, not having the community room booked up because there's several residents. Having amenities such as a washer and dryer inside of the units for families to be able to, not just large families, but disability families and other families, to have access to wash clothes in the middle of the night, while doing homework or while cooking dinner. Just more accessibility to larger family spaces and spaces for persons with disability.
I think one of the hopes of this is also to pair housing with other community needs. I know, Parissa, you were talking about sort of U Street, and I know that there's a fire station, police department there. But when we envisioned this, we looked at other community needs. We, in wards in our city, we have wards that have 15 plus grocery stores and wards that have 2 grocery stores. We have a growing young population of people having children and not having childcare. What are some other places of in addition to housing that would be beneficial for tenants to have at or near their housing?
Hospitals. Hospitals or healthcare facilities. Like right now, there's currently a healthcare facility near my house, but they don't take my insurance because I'm over in this area. So I have to go to another location, or there's certain hospitals that accept certain levels of Medicaid or Medicare. And it's not fair because those places you're spending 9 hours in the emergency room just to get seen by the doctor for 5 minutes. So it kind of pushes us out of our ward and out of our areas to get the care that we need based on our income, based on our type of insurance. So we need more, hospitals and places that accept the types of insurances that people have, Medicare and Medicaid, and not just, out of pocket, or if you don't have Aetna and so forth, you can't go here. So we need more hospital and urgent care facilities. We need more food banks. We need more places where people can actually go and get a hot meal if they don't have it, without having to provide documentation that they may not have. Just a place that's welcoming in our communities that other communities have to support one another.
That. One of the things we also talked about is, in addition to sort of co-location of healthcare facilities and different things like that, we also talked about ways in which we can sort of have diverse communities, mixed income communities. I think a lot of people have talked about that. What is the benefit of not sort of concentrating the same income group in one location? What are the benefits of having mixed income within a building, within a space that you see would be beneficial for your kids to grow up in such a space?
Well,
oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say, we have it now, seeing what the lack of those benefits are. When people are concentrated in one area and not have their needs met, as I was saying before, where we need professionals to live and work in our communities so that we have that benefit of actually cycles that can be, broken so that we know or expose our families to other ideas in our communities. When you concentrate all of this development in one area, that's too much power in one area, so that the needs of other areas are not met. And so we see that as a result of that, those food deserts, those deficit in our education system, in our daycares for our young people to be able to go out to work so that, they can take their children to, someplace where a daycare so that they can be there. So yes, all of those things are what is the reality is they're happening now. And so we actually see what isn't working when we concentrate all of that building or all of that need in one area.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, and I am over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Zachary Parker. We're doing 10-minute rounds of questions. If you have an opening statement, we'll add an additional 3 minutes.
Sure, I can give my statement and then I'll jump into questions.
Perfect.
One, I want to thank you, Councilmember White, for holding today's hearing, and thank Councilmember Lewis George for her leadership on proposing social housing for the district. Today, we have an opportunity to consider how we can make social housing a reality in DC. We know that building a healthier city requires that we find ways to ensure that people of varying incomes forge lives in the same neighborhood. We know that building a healthier city requires substantial investment in new housing that serve families and long-term residents, not just single occupants. And we know that building a healthier city will require us to build to increasingly stringent environmental standards. I am here today because I want us to do our homework to ensure that we put forth the most robust and thoughtful framework for social housing possible. The goal is not to create an unrealistic, unfundable promise. Instead, it is to deliver concrete change to the city's housing production pipeline. I also want to help residents understand that social housing complements theories of positive change for Ward 5. For far too long, industrial land use has been concentrated in Northeast DC. There are a number of ways to fight that injustice. One is the Environmental Justice Amendment Act that I was proud to introduce last month to counter out decades of environmental racism by making it harder for the district and private actors to continue to place the burden after burden on the same communities, and those communities often being Black, brown, and low income. Social housing is another side of that same coin. It is a part of the vision for what we could do with the space in our city that we currently waste on construction, lie-down lots, and municipal uses that need to be located in the heart of the district. So I'm here today, again, to think about the ways that the council can continue working towards a more just and environmentally equitable city, because that's what Ward 5 residents and all district residents deserve. And so with that, I am going to jump into questions. Ms. Neruzzi, I want to come to you first. I really appreciated your comments about the need to build community if we are going to house residents from different socioeconomic backgrounds together. One question that I have long had about social housing in general is how dependent is the proposal on the continued strength or demand of market rate housing. And you advocated against that kind of mixed income social housing model. And so I just would ask for you to elaborate on that and what might be the potential downfalls as you see it of us relying too heavily on a market rate mixed social housing model.
Thank you. The reality is that classism is a huge issue in our city, and it's across, it's within the Black community itself. It's of course between different races as well. No matter who is living together, community building has to be extremely intentional. And when you add on to that, people coming from different socioeconomic backgrounds and the types of stereotype that are so rampant, and perpetuated in a large part by the city government itself, I would say, it's just going to require, we can't be utopian about it. Like we're going to have to require a very thoughtful, intentional program. And I think all the people coming into social housing should be very well aware of what it is and, sort of what type of community they're entering and really make some commitments, maybe receive some training. There should be a lot of assistance, mediation, things like that, I think are mentioned in the bill. But again, I personally am not opposed to low-income people living together. I think a lot of this, the talk around concentration of poverty is blaming the victim because people have been discriminated against, and slum landlords, including the housing authority, were allowed to perpetuate deteriorated conditions. And there is a mix of income in public housing and subsidized housing. There's people who are, paying $1,000, and there's people who are paying $0, and they live together. But the perception is that this is all low-income people and this is all poverty being concentrated. And I think that again is part of the stereotype. So I think if we are meeting people's needs, if we are ensuring that the buildings are maintained and that tenants are empowered, that we will avoid a lot of those pitfalls, and that we don't have to rely on this idea that if we live next to rich people that somehow our life improves. Because the reality is a lot of the people who have been moved into mixed income communities have had a bad experience with being disrespected. And so we're going to have to address that proactively.
I really appreciate that. And as you're saying that, it makes me think we have those thoughts around the social benefits of social economically well-off individuals in a number of ways, including in the classroom. If only a low-income student were to learn next to an affluent student, somehow they will learn more and do better. And so I appreciate the pushback against those assertions. I just want to check, is Councilmember Friedson here? They're not on this panel. Okay. I did want to just ask around the funding models in Montgomery County, but I would come to Ms. Brown and then Ms. Day, either of you or both of you, if you could just speak to what might a governance structure look like in a social housing complex. And I think social housing could be a ripe opportunity to expand cooperative housing development in the district and co-ops in general. But if you could speak to what might an ideal governance structure look like for residents in a social housing complex?
Good question. Ideal governing would be that more, as Parisa said, I think that with training, accountability, and definitely communication, if we could strengthen those things within those complexes or mixing, we can really have that focus on communication. That's a big thing with me. If we communicate there are a lot of things that we can do to solve our problems. So yes, training, communication, and being present, a lot of that is going to be uncomfortable. So as we come together knowing that, yes, we're going to be uncomfortable a lot in these mixed incomes. Yes.
Thank you for that. And Ms. Day?
I would agree and say better communication between like landlord and tenant. I feel as though once we get that trust back, then we're able to communicate and understand, and that would help with, maintenance and repairs and rent collections and patience. Like, and there are a lot of cases where people lose their employment or people lose a family member dealing with traumatic experience. I feel like there should be a short-term recovery time, maybe a month, we'll excuse this or put it on the back end, or we have a program that will assist you during this financial hardship that you're dealing with to stay focused or to get back on track. So it just all starts with the trust and the communication between the resident and, the property manager or the landlord.
Awesome, thank you. And I'll end here with a more general question that any of you can answer. I know there are some that are skeptical of a social housing model, some that don't quite understand what it is. They're fearful that we are planning to disrupt the cash cow that has been district development. There are some that would say this will never work. We're asking government to run yet one more enterprise and program, given the many failures that some would point to government's management of various systems. What might you say in response to those critics about the promise of social housing?
I would just say that anytime we disrupt systems that are capitalist, market driven, that focus on human needs and the needs and priorities of our lowest income, we hear that. We hear that anytime we're doing something that is meant to invest in society as from a human rights perspective. So I think that we just got to keep pushing forward and certainly learn from developers and those who understand the development process, but expect that there will be resistance from those who see this as threatening their own market share. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm gonna wrap there unless Ms. Brown or Ms. Day, you wanted to jump in.
I just want to say, I think that we should look at the long-term goal. Let it be units that are like tenants, for home ownership and purchase, and not just the private market. Because we'll start something, and then once it gets up and going, we'll have a different aspect of it. It'll be sold, or let's value and take care of the properties and units from the beginning so that it's not run down and then sold to a private market, which kicks us all out.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm happy to turn back the 2 minutes that I have remaining.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Thanks so much to our first panel. We're going to move to our second panel of public witnesses. Some are here in person, some will be virtual. Will Merrifield, Executive Director for the Center for Social Housing and Public Investment. Will Merrifield is actually who got me interested in this 4 years ago, so I'm glad he's with us. Dr. Emily Gassoy, Research Associate and Advisor for the Center for Social Housing and Public Investment, and visiting professor and researcher at the University of Vienna in the Political Science Department. Melissa Bondi, Policy Director of the Mid-Atlantic region of Enterprise Community Partners. Ryan Trout, Chief Executive Officer for the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. Patrick McEnany, Senior Project Manager for Somers Development Company. Paul Williams, Executive Director of the Center for Public Enterprise. and Dr. H. Jacob Carlson, Assistant Professor of Political, Social, and Cultural Sciences and Sociology at Keene University. So those who are in person, please come to the witness table. Those who are with us virtually, please accept promotion. And as we're doing that, Ms. Day, if you are still listening, you testified at our hearing a couple of weeks ago. If the Housing Authority has not been in touch with you to resolve that issue, please contact the staff and the Committee of Housing on Housing. Consider sending us a release form or working with us on a release form so that we can assist with your issue if it hasn't been resolved. Will Merrifield, looks like you're with us. Welcome, and you can begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Will Merrifield. I'm the director of the Center for Social Housing and Public Investment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about why social housing is needed and how to make it work in Washington, D.C. Today, I want to talk about social housing not simply as housing policy, but within a broader economic development framework. I want to frame the conversation this way because I believe the affordable housing crisis the district is experiencing is an outgrowth of a broader failed economic development policy, which privatizes public resources to incentivize private development. Too often, the type of development produced by this system has not been tailored for the public good. Instead, it has maximized profit for private actors and has come at the expense of working class residents. This economic development policy has been dressed up as community revitalization, but it does not revitalize. In reality, it has led to a pattern of speculation, demolition, and displacement across DC. Social housing offers a proven and efficient alternative approach to economic development, most famously used in Vienna, Austria. In 1974, Vienna founded its first urban renewal office and developed a strategy of soft urban renewal. The renewal program began in earnest in 1984 and focused on the rehabilitation of privately owned, substandard housing in parts of the city with a higher percentage of people with low incomes. The city affirmatively decided against demolition and displacement of people living in these communities and instead subsidized the rehabilitation of existing buildings. In return for rehabilitation subsidies, the privately owned units became rent controlled. The city also used this process to procure land in these areas for the production of social housing units. The result was the rehabilitation of the housing stock, the expansion of rent control, the strengthening of the social housing system through the production of new social housing units, and communities kept intact. The Viennese also emphasized broader social infrastructure improvements within their soft urban renewal program. Examples of these social infrastructure improvements are open spaces, kindergarten centers, and public schools. Housing is never developed without developing this social infrastructure as well, which means that all residents benefit from government investment. This holistic approach to development, which focuses on building social housing all over the city while investing in social infrastructure, has made Vienna extremely interconnected, promotes income equality, and has substantially minimized pockets of economic segregation. To understand how to finance and scale social housing in the district, we can look right across the border to Montgomery County and the Housing Opportunities Commission. HOC's social housing model has shown that with a minimal upfront investment, a government agency operating in the DMV housing market can stand up a network of social housing that is repeatable and scalable. In fact, the most remarkable aspect of the Montgomery County system is its efficiency. HOC essentially turns an annual county commitment of $3.4 million over a 20-year period into a $50 million revolving housing production trust fund that produces 700 units of social housing every time it turns over. Moreover, these projects are self-sustaining, meaning they are designed to pay for themselves. Once these projects are owned outright, they essentially become performing assets of the county and use to leverage more affordable housing. The district should adopt this scalable and efficient HOC model as a tool not only to create thousands of affordable housing units, but as the centerpiece of a broader Viennese economic development policy, which expands affordable housing production across neighborhoods while also pumping resources and capital investment into underserved communities in a way that benefits current residents. I see that I am over time, so I'll stop there, and I welcome the opportunity to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gasoy. Welcome.
Thank you. Guten Tag from Vienna. My name is Emily Gassoy, and I am testifying today in my role as Research Associate with the Center for Social Housing and Public Investment. Thank you to the committee for inviting me to testify and for taking steps towards moving this pressing legislation. As you know, I am currently living in Vienna, which, as you also probably know, is considered a global leader for its remarkably robust and enduring social housing models. One of the most critical outcomes of Vienna's approach is that it has reversed the traditional relationship in which private developers drive housing costs up in order to turn a profit, while the public sector provides subsidies to fill the gap for the growing number of residents who cannot keep pace with soaring rents. In Vienna, the affordable housing sector sets the norm for citywide rental costs instead. In my written testimony, I address a number of policies and practices that have contributed to this and other impressive outcomes. In this testimony, I will focus on access criteria and related policies that speak to some of the specific questions in the committee's memo. First, Vienna has deliberately kept access criteria high. Specifically, approximately 80% of Vienna residents qualify to apply for social housing. This is perhaps the most misunderstood and the most critical aspect of Vienna's model. Vienna has deliberately avoided making affordable housing solely for low-income residents. Instead, they have maintained a commitment to establishing a city characterized by affordability for all. They achieve this through the following policies. First, social housing units are not tied to specific income or AMI level that tenants must meet in order to gain access. Instead, all rents are calculated by floor space. While there are initial criteria, which includes income level that qualify residents to apply to live in social housing, once tenants pass this hurdle, they can choose from a range of housing options that fall within their means. Related, there are specific standards that all developers must incorporate in the design, including a mix of apartment sizes and a range of rent prices that contribute to income diversity within each building. Next, there are no year-to-year leases, so renters in social housing have tenor security that is almost equivalent to ownership. And while these practices may sound counterintuitive, doing away with ongoing income criteria creates stability for individual residents and, by extension, builds more stable communities. In addition to creating a city characterized by affordability, the fact that Vienna's criteria allowing it to hold a big share of the housing market with wide appeal across diverse income levels has numerous important outcomes. First, it prevents social housing from becoming marginalized, which also helps to secure majority support from residents. In turn, this makes the design of socially integrated developments more feasible, countering the segregation and social isolation that characterizes public housing in the US. Beyond the dwellings themselves, the model makes it more efficient to design socially vibrant and environmentally innovative living communities with an array of retail, public services, and amenities that serve all residents, which in turn reduces displacement that generally accompanies gentrification. And finally, the fact that a majority of residents do not spend more than 30% of their income on their rent means that they have more disposable income to spend on their families, leisure time, and in the local economy. In my written testimony, I also have a long list of specific recommendations So please ask me about those. But I'll close by saying that this initiative needs to be more than a pilot project that works alongside the profit-oriented housing model. If we are serious about becoming a city characterized by affordable housing for all, then we need to set up an office for social housing that is primed to grow into DC's primary housing authority. This will mean planning now for informed, intentional shifts in the relationship between OSHD and the other municipal and private housing actors over time. Wow, I have more time. So actually with my time, I'd like to give a few more recommendations. First of all, that access criteria for residents to apply for social housing should be wide enough to include the middle class. That housing developments must be designed with social integration at the core. And that we write into law mechanisms that would keep DC's municipal housing stock in a state of continual growth through permanent ownership. That we invest in partnerships with municipal housing experts from Vienna and other successful models, including those closer to home. There, as Will mentioned, in Montgomery County, but there are also some really advanced work going on in California as well. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. You get time zone grace. So
Thank you.
Melissa Bondi, welcome.
It's good to see you. Thank you, everyone. Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Melissa Bondi. I am the Policy Director for Enterprise Community Partners here in the Mid-Atlantic. As you may know, Enterprise is a national nonprofit that exists to make a good home possible for the millions of families without one. We support community development organizations on the ground. We aggregate and invest capital for impact. We advance housing policy at every level of government, and we build and manage communities ourselves. In the District of Columbia, Enterprise has helped to create or preserve 14,000 homes and counting in communities as places of pride, power, and belonging. We are also a member of the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, which is also participating in this panel. As a partner to the district and many housing providers, we are committed to devoting our expertise and our resources to achieve greater and more equitable impact. My Enterprise colleagues understand and work to design programs, capital products, and partnerships to maximize every available dollar and incentive to help jurisdictions across the nation to develop more resilient housing options for low, very low, and extremely low income households. We reiterate our support for the main goals of the social housing movement as we understand them and have been articulated today. We have witnessed firsthand the work of many practitioners in the district, most of whom are nonprofit, some of whom are mission-minded for-profits, to uphold these principles. Often we are working together in spite of a volatile and complex real estate market we do not control, as well as regulatory and financing conditions that challenge our efficacy and in some cases are well beyond any one jurisdiction's or organization's ability to control. Enterprise remains open to supporting innovation to accomplish the goals that have been articulated by others today within existing programs, but also in new ways. One issue we retain as a question is how much of the social housing proposal is intended to supersede or replace existing programs and approaches that currently provide affordable housing options and subsidies for low-income district residents, versus being additive to the portfolio of solutions that the district utilizes today. We also remain eager to review and contribute to financial modeling of any social housing proposals to achieve the requirements of the legislation. We cannot skip this step before committing to the approach. Unfortunately, it is hard to overstate how very expensive it is for any state or local government to meet all of its housing needs in the current economic climate. No model we are aware of in the US to date successfully produces extremely low income units at scale without major trade-offs that perhaps are not fully reflected in the current legislation. We urge Council to work actively with many stakeholders, including affordable housing providers, capital partners, and others with expertise to cultivate and evolve the parts of our collective system today that work well, and to pursue workable achievable, implementable solutions that will achieve even more impact, such as social housing. We strongly support looking at methods to leverage public investment in a variety of ways that could achieve substantially greater housing production that serves extremely low-income district residents and others who have not benefited from our programs today. We are familiar with the Montgomery County HOC model, and it's a well-documented approach to achieving greater housing production. There are many things we appreciate about this approach. One question is how much this model would need to be adapted to apply to the goals that have been articulated for extremely low-income residents, which is not HOC's primary audience for its work. It is also important to note that Montgomery County continues to maintain a robust local housing investment trust fund and pipeline with its nonprofit and mission-minded private sector practitioners. They have expanded other financing tools and resources within that cohort that are distinct and separate from what they do with HOC. So we urge the council to maintain the support necessary to help the existing pipeline of qualified DC projects that are robust and delivering services and benefits within that private partnership stream, even if a social housing initiative would be partially funded through HPTF. We believe all current and potential future housing-related agencies should be part of the same systems level conversation when considering district capacity, resource needs, and function. That includes the Housing Authority, DHCD, the Office of Social Housing, and any others that I have missed, the Housing Finance Agency. We hope today's session launches that engagement with diverse stakeholders and practitioners who bring value experience to the table. We certainly look forward to your questions and hope to be a positive contributor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ryan Trout, welcome from the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman White, Councilmember Lewis George, members of the committee. My name is Ryan Trout. I'm the Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. And on behalf of CNHED, I extend our sincere appreciation for the Council's unwavering commitment to affordable housing and the exploration of innovative solutions in this critical area. It is heartening to see the dedication to addressing one of the most pressing issues facing our community, the need for accessible and affordable housing. Established in 2000, CNHED is a dynamic association of 180 organizational members working to foster just and equitable community development solutions that address the needs and aspirations of low and moderate income District of Columbia residents. CNHED's members represent a broad spectrum of nonprofits, for-profits, and government agencies that build, preserve, and manage affordable housing, provide tenant technical services, protect tenants' rights, offer homeownership counseling, advise and lead capital to small businesses and community projects, connect residents to career pathways, deliver critical family services, and engage, represent, and benefit low and moderate income residents of the district. As you're aware, the discussion and proposed actions around B25-191, which aims to establish the Office of Social Housing, represents a significant step in our collective endeavor to tackle the housing crisis in the district. We applaud the Council's efforts to seek out novel approaches and commend the intent behind this initiative. However, after thorough analysis and consideration, we believe that while the bill is well-intentioned, it may not represent the most effective solution to our city's housing challenges. Our concerns are grounded in the practicalities of housing finance, the sustainability of housing programs, and the broader impact on existing affordable housing efforts. The financial modeling for the new multifamily social housing development or the conversion of existing buildings through TOPA or DOPA acquisitions under the Office of Social Housing suggests significant challenges. The reliance on the bill's named resources alone seem insufficient to sustain these projects indefinitely. The high upfront costs, coupled with the ongoing operational expenses against the backdrop of limited and lower rent incomes, underscore the need for continuous external funding or subsidies. This raises concerns about the long-term viability and potential strain on existing affordable housing resources. We advocate for a renewed focus on ensuring that the district's current housing programs are well-resourced and operated efficiently. Strengthening and expanding these established programs can provide immediate and predictable outcomes. Our existing mechanisms, such as the Housing Production Trust Fund and Affordable Housing Preservation Fund, have demonstrated potential for significant impacts when adequately supported. CNHED stands ready to serve as a resource to the Council in exploring social housing and other models that can yield greater affordable housing impacts. We believe in a collaborative long-term planning effort that aligns program resources with a clear vision This vision should encompass not just the quantity, but also the quality of housing, ensuring that it is healthy, safe, and offers access to opportunities and amenities for positive household outcomes. We're united in our belief that affordable housing is essential for the well-being of our community. The Council's continued support of housing programs is vital to this endeavor. We must collectively work toward a strategy that ensures the efficient use of resources, maximizes impact, and addresses the diverse needs of our residents. While we recognize the merits and innovative spirit of B25-191, we respectfully suggest a more holistic approach. By bolstering existing programs and engaging in collaborative long-term strategic planning, we can more effectively meet the shared goal of expanding affordable housing in the district. We appreciate your consideration of our perspectives and look forward to continuing our work together in making the district a place where everyone has access to affordable, quality housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patrick McEnany with Somers Development Company.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Patrick McEnany, here today representing Somerset Development Company. We are a mission-driven developer that specializes in the preservation and production of green, affordable, and mixed-income housing in both DC and Baltimore. During last year's hearing, I shared our concern that the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act did not incorporate any meaningful input from professional affordable housing developers, who are the backbone of the district's efforts to preserve and build affordable housing in the city. Unfortunately, little effort has been made over last year to rectify this issue. The updated version of the bill still reflects a lack of understanding regarding our industry, including how funding works and how projects pencil out mathematically in order to get built. The new version of the bill does make some changes, but overall, two fundamental flaws remain. The first flaw is that it ignores the entire affordable housing development finance infrastructure that the district has spent decades building into what many consider a national model. The Housing Production Trust Fund is an incredible tool that is the envy of jurisdictions across the country. It is a paradigm of collaborative public-private partnership that has successfully built and preserved thousands of homes here in the district. Nonprofit and mission-driven developers work closely with DHCD and DCHFA to build deeply and permanently affordable homes under rigorous green building and labor standards that far exceed market norms, with developer fees, cash flows, and rates of return all capped by formula to disincentivize participation by non-mission driven developers. Mixed income projects are encouraged to promote cross-subsidization, while DHCD subsidies are limited to the affordable units only. This is extremely similar in practice to the much-touted Vienna model, where the government invests directly in the construction of mixed income properties by nonprofit and limited profit developers, with the new buildings then paying back the government out of cash flows so the funding can be recycled into new construction projects. Vienna has been working on this model for 100 years. DC has been doing it at scale for only 10. We are at the beginning of this process, and we should be extremely proud of this model and working to improve and expand it, not blowing it up based on an ideological argument that nonprofits in the private sector shouldn't have a role in affordable housing development. In preparing for today's roundtable, the committee asked participants to submit responses to a detailed questionnaire, including financial modeling analysis to help determine whether the proposed legislation is feasible in practice. I'm very glad the committee has requested this financial analysis, as it is absolutely impossible to evaluate any affordable housing development proposal without understanding the math behind it. A significant amount of the work we affordable housing developers do on a daily basis is financial modeling to assess the feasibility of projects and whether any required government funding would be a good use of scarce public resources. As my questionnaire response and financial analysis illustrate, the proposed social housing model in this legislation does not come anywhere close to penciling out mathematically in order to achieve financial feasibility. Even in a hypothetical world where the district is able to acquire land for free and not pay any developer fee to remove the elements of speculation and developer profit, these projects would still require the use of federal low-income housing tax credits, as well as subordinate debt financing from the Housing Production Trust Fund. And this illustrates the fundamental reality of our industry. Building housing is expensive, and building affordable housing requires both federal and local subsidies, even when you include cross-subsidization for market rate housing. This is not a rhetorical debate. It is a math problem. Our ability to preserve and build affordable housing is limited by the public dollars available. The second flaw of this bill is that it rests on a premise that the district's affordable housing developer community is the cause of the city's affordable housing crisis, and creating a new government agency to take our place will lead to better outcomes. In reality, the district's affordable housing developer community is full of passionate, hardworking professionals who care deeply about solving our housing crisis and work tirelessly day in, day out to contribute to making our city better. We are not the villains, and anyone trying to scapegoat us for the housing crisis simply does not understand the issue. While I do not believe that proposed social housing legislation is feasible in practice, I do believe there are many meaningful alternatives the DC Council can pursue to further our shared goal of building and preserving affordable housing in the district. The council could pursue reforming the DC Housing Authority along the lines of HOC in Montgomery County. It could pursue reforms to the public land disposition process. It could create an acquisition fund to purchase land for affordable housing projects. It could reform the existing tax abatement system for affordable housing. It could implement missing middle zoning reform as Arlington and Montgomery counties are doing. It could expand on the ground leasing model that DHCD has been exploring in recent projects. There are many options for improving our affordable housing policies, and we urge the council to work with the professional affordable housing developer community and make use of our expertise to do so. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. Paul Williams with the Center for Public Enterprise.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me today. My name is Paul Williams. I'm the Executive Director at the Center for Public Enterprise. We're a small nonprofit think tank. We work directly with public housing authorities, state housing finance agencies, municipalities, state governments, HUD, on mixed income housing production programs, among other things. So we've worked very closely with all of the agencies around the country that have been developing these new mixed income production tools over the past couple of years, including Housing Opportunities Commission of Montgomery County, as well as the Atlanta Urban Development Corporation, which sits under the Atlanta Housing Authority, Rhode Island Department of Housing, as well as a number of other cities and states and housing authorities. I think the most useful use of my 4 minutes here today is probably to talk about what these programs are that other agencies around the country are deploying, how they work, and what problems they solve. I think some of the kind of conversation discussion today is there's a mix of trying to solve different confusion about which problems are really trying to be solved with programs like this, at least just on the technical financing side of how affordable housing is produced. So I actually wanted to kind of jump back to one of the comments that I heard earlier on this panel, which was a true statement, which is our production of affordable housing is limited by the number of subsidy dollars that are available. That's the fact of affordable housing production in the United States. Basically, every affordable housing unit that we build has low-income housing tax credits or project-based vouchers or other local trust fund investments or grants in that unit. What Montgomery County has done, which is unique and different and outside of that, is it has, with its new housing production fund, it is able to produce buildings that have 1/3 of the units at 50 to 65% AMI with no subsidy dollars in them. And that's the unique thing that I think it makes a program like this additive on top of additional production tools and not kind of clawing back or restructuring the way programs are done, right? This is an additive tool. However many dollars you have, however many tax credits you have, however many dollars in grants you have, great, build all of those units. However many vouchers you have, put them all in units. This is a program that gets you additional moderate, low income, 50 to 60 AMI units without any subsidy dollars. And the way that they do this is they have a housing production fund that they use to make short-term construction period loans into their projects. And they loan to themselves, replacing what would be private equity in a conventional private development. So roughly 30% of the capital stack. They loan it into themselves at 4%, 5% interest, and then revolve it out and replace it with mezzanine debt in the permanent stack. And that allows them to get a significant level of affordability with no tax credits, no vouchers, no volume cap, no any conventional subsidies. And obviously a program like this, if you have additional subsidy dollars, if you have vouchers and you want to get additional 30% AMI units in a project like that, you can go right ahead and do that if you have those additional dollars. But the point of these programs that agencies are realizing that they want to take advantage of is this is a tool that allows them to get more production at 50 to 80% AMI than the subsidy dollars they have are going to pay for. And so worked with Montgomery County on their program. We worked with the city of Atlanta on establishing a program over the past couple of months. We're working with the state of Rhode Island on an RFP they have to develop a program to do this through the state HFA. So there's a lot of different ways to structure it. These are all different types of agencies that are doing it. HOC does it directly through the Housing Authority. In Atlanta, they spun a sub-entity off of the Housing Authority, a new agency. In Rhode Island, it's going to be most likely through the State Housing Finance Agency. So there's no kind of clear-cut solution. There's a lot of different ways to make this type of production program work. And look forward to talking more and answering some more questions.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Carlson, assistant professor with Keene University. If you would hit the button on your microphone. There we go. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember White, Councilmember Lewis George, all the council members on the committee and their staff, and everyone here. My name is H. Jacob Carlson. I'm an assistant professor of sociology at Keene University, New Jersey's state-designated urban research university. I've been researching social housing for many years, particularly with my colleague Giampaolo Baiocchi, including drafting a proposal for a federal social housing development authority. I am very excited about this proposal on the table for the Office of Social Housing Development here in Washington, D.C. Let's be clear, this is a bold proposal. It's public servants directly taking the reins on trying to address the housing crisis, not outsourcing the problem. And I'm not going to pretend like that is easy. This is hard. We have decades of deepening housing insecurity, as well as many, many years of governments pulling back from direct involvement in housing. So what you are proposing here is very much going against a strong tide, and it's going to require ingenuity, political will, and a rethinking of how things have been done. The upside is that, as you're hearing today, and as we can test from our research, there are countless actually existing examples from around the world showing that this stuff works. The United States is really the anomaly here. When public money goes out the door, it often doesn't come back. This proposal instead uses public dollars smarter by keeping that money in the public sector and would revolve it for other public purposes. Even more so than a loan fund, the office would retain all the rental income to conduct its business, not just the interest on the loan. It can do more with less. Now, in Europe and other places around the world, social housing is treated more like a public utility. So like a public power company, social housing creates its own circuit of capital to provide services that people need. It becomes an engine for economic development across all sorts of industries. But at the end of the day, it is backed by the government. When low-income people need electricity, we subsidize them. If something happens, we're not going to let people go without power. That is what social housing can be. Now, there's a lot of talk about cross-subsidization in this proposal, which I think is smart and has a lot of track record around the world. It tries to build something that works today and preempts problems in the future. But I think we do also need to address and repair problems of the past. If we don't see this as a way to address the housing needs of the most vulnerable, it will not only be a moral failing, but also a political liability. People need to see that social housing is simultaneously building a broad constituency of support of DC residents across the income spectrum, but is also still prioritizing those most in need. This is ultimately a balancing act. And I think the final balancing act is ultimately something that is not my place to say. It has to be determined by people in the community and stakeholders of this proposal. What I will say is that there is another way to think about cross-subsidization. Now, most places cross-subsidize at the building level. Each building has to break even. Now, this can create challenges, as have been raised, for the broader social and redistributive goals of social housing. But if you do have a capital pool, you can think about effectively cross-subsidizing across the portfolio level. You can have buildings that achieve deeper subsidy for low-income residents, but are then offset by other buildings across the portfolio, but that can still maintain a social purpose of creating what a particular community might need at that moment. Our housing crisis is getting worse, and so many of our social problems really originate in the lack of secure, affordable housing. This proposal addresses those issues upstream rather than waiting downstream to where they show up in more difficult and costly ways. And every time we look at today's crisis, we look back and wish we would have done something 10, 20, 30 years ago when it would have been easier and cheaper. In 20 years from now, what will we wish we would have done, even if it was costly? And so I thank you for your time and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much to this panel. Let me start with Will Merrifield. You and Ms. Gassoy mentioned Vienna, which is only one part of the world that has mature social housing models. What I'm seeing in many countries and cities that have used social housing models for years is that there's a distinct difference between there and the District of Columbia, where the government owns a significant amount of the vacant land and also the banks, which changes the dynamics in a way that we can't replicate in DC. Do you see Vienna's social housing model as being something that we can replicate in DC?
I do. I think the concept of social housing, at any level, and this is, I think when you read about what they're doing in Montgomery County, when you read about what they're doing in Vienna, when you read about other social housing models, is the idea of using public resources for the public good and a government looking at housing as infrastructure. So I think that those values play across different countries, across different municipalities. The levels of affordability, the flexibility within different projects will obviously be different. But I think that the idea of public resources for the public good and efficient use of public resources through social housing models, I think it holds across everywhere. And I do think that the resources that the district has with respect to public land should absolutely be used to build social housing in DC, and that those resources are precious, and that a social housing model, as HOC has shown, can really leverage a ton of affordability without a lot of upfront investment. I mean, like I said, their investment is $3.5 million over a 20-year period, and they're able to use the bond market to create a $50 million housing production trust fund that creates 700 units of social housing. So that's an amazing, amazing return on investment. And I think Paul hit a really important point, is that this is not taking from the nonprofit developer sector. This is not taking from, low-income tax credits. This is additive, but it's an additive that is efficient and proven.
All right, let me move to I'll start with Ms. Bondi, one of the panelists who suggested that that there's a trade-off we need to be thinking about with the current housing models. The current housing model, I think most people in the district, myself included, would say is just not working well enough. Looks like for fiscal year 22, we spent about $143 million from the Housing Production Trust Fund, and that produced something like 723 units. Only 100 and change were for very low incomes. Over time, that's not going to get us where we need to go. So do we continue to double down on what we're doing, spending a ton of money, not producing the number of units that we need, or do we start to say, do we need to pivot or add to it?
So thank you for that question. I would pick answer number 3, which is we need to add to it. Easy for a policy person to say that the solution to problems is more policy. So I own that. I'll say a few things, and others on this panel may also be in a position to respond with more specificity on their experience in the existing systems that we have. There's no question that the way that our current architecture, both the amount of resources available, the requirements on those resources, and the other enabling environment conditions that transcend beyond the District of Columbia's control, like the access to federal credits or the access to private sector capital that we leverage all the time to make that $140 million go further, all come with constraints that do not maximize our ability to actually produce all of the housing that kind of meets unmet need. So I see there's real value in looking at what I'll call a social housing model approach to help achieve housing units that are really hard to develop in the existing environment. But I would not throw out the value of the units that are being produced and preserved, including through things like TOPA. I mean, we have a lot of different models that are producing meaningful, high quality housing units for tenants that also meet green building standards that we would miss if they didn't exist. And I don't think that it's realistic with the same $143 million in one example to say that if we shifted 100% of that resource over to another model, we would have better outcomes. We might have different outcomes, but I would not say that we have a net increase, in part because of how much more expensive it is to produce, even with the models that Paul has articulated on behalf of Montgomery County that we're also familiar with.
What about, and let me move to Ryan Trout on this. We are just not producing a lot of housing for people in the very low income bands. And what we always hear is that it doesn't pencil out. But at some point, we got to figure this out. So it seems like current model is not working for the lowest income bands. Do you agree with that, or do you think it is working?
Both, I think, is the answer. I think there's a number of different challenges that you're facing. I think even the other panelists mentioned that Montgomery County model, we're looking at 50 and 60% AMI levels. We're not talking about 30% AMI. And so in order to then hit that 30% AMI, you're going to need deeper subsidy. You're going to need additional cash flow, either on the capital side or on the operational side. Under the model proposed in the bill, that if incomes drop, right? If incomes then shift and they go below, you're projecting your project at 30% AMI, but then somebody's income falls to 15% AMI, you now need additional operating subsidy, right? You're going to need continual supports in order to make those numbers work over time. I think our current system, when fully funded, produces outstanding results. And I think that there are definitely inefficiencies in the system. There are opportunities for improvements. But the Housing Production Trust Fund, when it was originally funded at $100 million, that was nearly a decade ago at this point. And last year we funded it again at $100 million. But over that time, those dollars were worth less and less. So, and the cost of construction became more and more over time. And so really, we're still continually underfunding these types of programs. And so that if we were to track that funding level with the cost of housing production, we would really need to be funding it today at closer to $140 or $150 million just to keep pace. And that's still not continuing to make further progress into the issue, right? And that's just one of the subsidies, right? So then we talk about layering vouchers or LRSP or the Housing Preservation Fund, which then is a bridge loan, similar to what it sounds like HOC is doing. We get a bridge loan, but then you still need takeout financing on the other end, which usually comes from the trust fund. And so there's all of these things that need to work together, and it comes down to the support of the council and the funding levels.
Okay. One thing I'd like to understand, don't necessarily have to understand it now, is that it sounds like Montgomery County produced about 700 units for roughly $3 million, mostly in the same income band that we produced 700 units for $143 million. And I need to understand what's happening there. Mr. McEnany from Somerset Development, I apologize for the slip earlier. I appreciate your testimony. I think you may have anticipated some hostility toward developers, which is usually how these things go. But that's not the picture, right? Like any industry, there are good actors and bad actors, but that's not why housing is so expensive in DC. It is more complicated than that, to your point. But I am struggling to see how our current model over time gets us anywhere near the amount of affordable housing or workforce housing that we need. How do you see this developing over time?
Sure. I would say that our system, and this goes back to your earlier question, is getting very, very good at producing 50% AMI units, which is good. I know I've heard Councilmember Lewis George talk about before, 50% AMI is that key threshold that you're actually reaching a lot of Black families who are especially getting priced out of the city. So DHCD mandates all new construction has to be 50% AMI or below. And we're getting very good at that 50% threshold. We're still not getting to 30% AMI units, and that's the real challenge. Part of that is because, as Ryan was talking about, we need ongoing operational subsidies for those units. Over time, the operating costs of the unit are higher than the rents. And so we need additional operating subsidy to do that. There are some opportunities. There is a program in federal LIHTC. It used to just be everything was 60% AMI or below, and it was a 1 or a 0, check the box, that unit qualifies. Now there's something what we call income averaging, where you're actually allowed to have some units float up to 80% AMI to cross-subsidize more 30% AMI units as long as they average 60%. Now, we haven't really been able to use that because, as I mentioned with DHC programs, everything is capped at 50% AMI and below. That's because they're trying to make sure they meet that requirement to fund 50% AMI units. But ironically, it means we're not getting the opportunity to build that cross-subsidization in. So I'd say there's still a lot of challenges, 30% AMI units. I think in recent years, with the council funding a lot of LRSP, and DHC incentivizes very strongly a higher percentage of 30% AMI units in their projects. I had mentioned in my testimony, 5% is the absolute minimum that they require for every project, but there's incentives to go up to 20, 25%, which I think can work well. And just to understand over time, right, from 2015 to 2022, the city invested about $1 billion to create 8,200 units. Now, with all the money right now in the pipeline, there's another roughly $683 million for 3,558 units, which is bringing us to $1.7 billion invest in 11,758 units. Now, if we were able to invest $200 million over the next 90 years, I talked about 100 years in the Vienna model. If you can do it at 200,000 a unit, which is about where we're tracking right now, hopefully it'll go down with interest rates. But over that next 90 years, you could get to a $20 billion investment, 101,000 units of permanent affordable housing in the city. And right now we have 361,000 units. So we're suddenly talking a pretty big chunk of the entire housing market. We're talking 28% of overall units and 20 billion out of a total $81 billion residential real estate market, according to the CFO's office. So suddenly we are talking Vienna style levels. It just takes a long time for these investments to pay off. And that's part of the issue. You can't get good results overnight.
All right, I'm over my time. Let me turn it to Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I was going to start where you ended. I am struck by the rock and a hard place problem, because I do think that on the trajectory that we're at, and maybe there are ways to modify the trajectory, that we're not going to address the big issue that is out here, which is the 30% AMI, because the math problem for the 30% AMI is so difficult. And the hard place is the math problem. And I think the answer is that we have to provide more money in order to close that gap. And then the question is, how much money, under whatever model, whether it's the Housing Production Trust Fund, whether it's through social housing, how much more is it going to cost us to be real and meet the needs of a huge number of our residents who need housing security? So just to make sure that I do have the sense that the models that are being held up that are very exciting are different. And so, Mr. Johnson, you talked about Montgomery County. It sounds like you have a lot of expertise in Montgomery County. I thought I heard you say that it created units at the 50% AMI level, 50 and 60, and then a different time I thought you said 50 and 80%. But can you explain how it works and how that 3.4 million translates into 50 million? I've heard the sentence that it translated, but explain to me how that operates and remind me again of what the AMI levels of those units are.
Sure. The 3.4 million number didn't come from me, but I'm assuming, did you say that? Is that the annual P&I payments on the bond issuance? Do you know?
Yes.
I think that's what
Yeah.
that is. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me step back, start from the beginning of how this, I'll give you the kind of logistics of how their program works on the financing and pipeline side. So a few years ago, Housing Opportunities Commission issued a bond, a taxable bond, not a tax exempt bond, significant, for $50 million. They took the proceeds from that bond sale, put it into a bucket called the Housing Production Fund. And they used that $50 million fund to make short-term, just construction period bridge loans into multifamily projects that they are building. So in a typical project that would be funded with the Housing Production Fund, say it's a $100 million project, you'll have 2/3 of the capital stack is covered by a mortgage. Basically, think of it as a private conventional project, right? Like that's the kind of starting point there, because what their approach is, how can I get affordable units without using the conventional tools? I have all my conventional tools and I use them all to their fullest extent. I'm going to go a new way and see if I can get affordable units without using those tools. So in a private development, typically what you'll have is about 2/3 of the capital stack is a mortgage, and the remainder is going to be a mix of private equity and maybe some mezzanine debt, things like that. So what they realized is the most expensive part of a private capital stack is the private equity investment, right? Which is anywhere between 20, 30, 35% of the capital stack. And it's equity investors who want, double-digit return on equity, huge equity stakes. They want a lot. They want their cake and want to eat it too. So what they said is, you know what, I can cover what would be private equity in a private deal with a much cheaper source of capital, a loan from my Housing Production Fund, to get this project built. And then I'll build the project. And then at stabilization, when I get a permanent financing, I'll take out costs were mentioned earlier. So that the takeout source in a typical Montgomery County project is a mezzanine loan in the permanent stack at whatever the market rate is, 9-10%. And that's enough. They underwrite these projects at about 1.3 debt service coverage. And that's still, basically because they are not seeking a return, a major return on their investment, and because that expensive construction equity is being replaced with a very low cost, kind of at cost.
I think I get it. That's super helpful. Okay. So, and the idea is, if it's $100 million project and 70% of it was going to be mortgage and 30% of it was going to be other things, 20% of it was $20 million was going to be equity investors who expected a 20% return. You come in at 4 or 5%, and that's a very significant savings to the cost of the project. And then afterwards, you convert it to 10% in a mezzanine loan. That's still significant savings. So you're delivering significant savings to the project that enable the developer to make some number of units affordable at yes. different levels of AMI. And what are those levels of AMI?
Well, and so this I think gets to an important question for this hearing and for this proposal is, so I think actually the appropriate way to think about this is not, there's two ways to think about it, right? You can think about it in terms of, these are the income levels that I want to serve, and I'm going to find a way to hit them. And you can think about it in terms of, if I do a project like this, what income levels am I able to hit? What income levels will pencil in this way? So what they do is, again, if you think of it just starting as a private market rate development, you pull out the really expensive piece of capital and put in your cheaper source. Then all you do is you go through your list of market rate units and you plug and you just, tick the box and say, make this affordable, make this affordable, make this affordable. And you just run down the line. And every time you tick one, your income for the building goes down a little bit, right? And you just keep doing that until your income goes to a level that is sustainable or supportable, right? And so in housing finance parlance, this is called the debt service coverage ratio, right? So for a conventional market rate project, you might be looking at 250% debt coverage ratio. For a typical LIHTC project, you're probably looking at 1.1, 1.15, on a good day. So the way to think about it is, how many affordable units can I get?
Yeah,
if I do it
except for,
this way?
I hear you. I hear you. I hear
Okay.
you. But
I'll get to it.
actually,
So-
I asked you a sort of straightforward question of what AMI levels.
Okay.
It's different at different AMI
So
levels,
they-
how much it would cost. And so I hear you.
Sure.
But if all we were talking about was every affordable unit was the same, we'd be in a different place. So what are the levels of affordability that are being generated there, and then the question that we have to grapple with is, how much more would it cost if it were 30% AMI? So it's not that complicated of a question. Curious, what are the levels of AMI generated by the program?
So they choose to do 50 to 65% AMI units in these buildings.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. I
But
don't
that's
have
not-
much
but that's
time,
a-
but
that's a-
I wanted to ask something of Emily Gasoy as well. Emily, it's so great to see you in this different capacity. I hope you're enjoying Vienna. You talked about the way in which the units are priced in Vienna, and I want to understand that, because it sounded like you said it's sort of a per square foot price, and it's the same price for everyone, and it's accessible to 80% of the population of Vienna. And I'm curious, at that per square foot price, what level of AMI, if the concept may not be the same, but who, if you were at the equivalent of 30% AMI in the United States, could you afford that, or in Vienna, could you afford that unit at that square footage? Okay.
So what happens, I mean, I think part of the equation is that, as I mentioned, every development is required to have a mix of square meters or square footage, right? And so that creates a diverse set of housing options for people. But another piece of the puzzle, I don't know if I mentioned this, is what they call the smart flats. And so every developer is required to include a third of their units have to be what are called smart flats. They're smaller, but they're really well designed, and they are set aside for folks who are most in need, or who have urgent need, who need housing immediately. They also include flats that are specifically for vulnerable groups like seniors, folks with physical disabilities. So that is part of the equation as well. But, it's not perfect. And what I would say is, this is not just a math problem. I think that's part of it. But what I would say is that Vienna had started with a real commitment to housing for all. They started there. And then they have been really creative in sort of meeting these challenges as they come. And so the private public partnerships, for instance, are not 100 years old. They really started in the 80s. They existed before that, but now it's mainly private public partnerships that keep housing affordable in Vienna. And we can talk more about that if you like. But, I think the bottom line is, we have a lot of models that we can draw on, and we should be doing that. First, we should make the commitment, and then we have no shortage of models and excited, inspired consultants who know a ton, who could help us make it tailored to our context.
Yeah, I just say I 100% want to make the commitment. I just want to find the right way to get it done. And
I agree. I 100% agree. And we have to do that. We have to make it work for DC, for sure.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Councilmember White, and thank you to this panel. I first just want to start by saying I have a great respect for the nonprofit developer community, and you guys have done great things in Ward 4 with creating affordable housing. So I don't want in any way for you to feel like this is sort of us trying to come at you. Absolutely not. It's just that deeply affordable part, I'm really trying to figure out. I will say personally, like my sister and my nephews just got displaced last week. Their landlord died. Their kids want to sell the house. They had to find a new place to live. And my sister's a human resource professional and couldn't find a space to live in DC. So it is much not based in like ideology as it is like a real dire need to figure out what do we do and how do we do it in the city. And I know that you all agree that we have to find something, a way to address this, a real dire issue with working people not being able to find a place to live in DC, especially like DC natives in the city. And we got to figure out the way to do this the right way. And I think that's what this conversation is about. And I appreciate Councilmember White for convening it as a roundtable in this way so that it can be more of a conversation in that regard. I know we have some folks from, first of all, Emily Gasoy, it's good to see you. We miss you here in the District of Columbia, but we will allow you to continue to stay there to get more research for us. As we all look to, if we were to right size this for the district, what should we be considering in right sizing this for the district? And I want to, first, can I come to you, Dr. Carlson, first to start us off? And then I'll go to Emily, Will, and the panel to open it up. What are the factors we have to consider? And I think what Patrick was saying is the math isn't mathing. So it's a saying. How do we make the math if in the consideration of how we right size this for the district?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. So as we're sort of picking up, every place has its own unique context. The model from Vienna, we are not going to be able to copy paste right here in the district. So how can this work for a place like Washington, DC? There are definitely some things that are easier and harder when you're working at a local level.
Mm-hmm.
You can set that political commitment much more easily here in the district than you can, say, at the federal level. But other things get more hard. Financing gets more tricky. And so the question is sort of how to sort of prioritize and do things in a way that gets the most bang for your buck. I mean, I think at the end of the day, we're sort of talking about what Ms. Bondi was talking about. This really needs a systems level approach.
Mm-hmm.
And the kind of housing we're talking about here is perhaps one component of the system of social housing that we might want to build.
Mm-hmm.
We often talk about social housing as not an individual building here or there, but if we believe housing is a right, what are the policies we need to ensure that? Sometimes those are rent control policies. Sometimes those are tenant protection policies. Sometimes that's a cooperative or a community land trust. And DC already has a lot of experience with those things. And so I think in terms of right sizing it for the district, I think there needs to be a balance between prioritizing that urgent need, which is some of that extremely low income population. But it needs to be also balanced by a broad constituency who can support a new system of social housing here in the district. And so I think, in some ways, the comparison to Vienna is also apt. If you think about also Vienna as you have these limited profit housing developments, which we could compare to the existing affordable housing developers here in the city. They also have municipal social housing where the city owns it, and it does have a different public purpose where it can serve things that don't need to pencil out in exactly the same way as a limited profit developer or affordable housing developer does. It can do things differently. And so I think the goal is to figure out what can the city or the district do that nobody else can. And it can backstop that deep affordability in a way that others can't.
Got it. Thank you. Emily, I'm coming to you. You've lived in the district, you live in Vienna. How do we right size this from the district based on what you know from living in the district?
Well, I don't know if I think of it as right sizing per se. I think that I am still learning so much about Vienna and thinking about what makes sense in a DC context. But I agree that, there are a lot of different components and relationships, partnerships that are part of this that make it work. And so I think that's the starting point, is figuring out what is not working well and how do we, instead of just replacing what we already have, how do we create sort of a system that is actually more functional. And I'm going to just clarify that, this, I am an educator. Education is my field.
Yes.
And I am just amazed at what I'm learning in Vienna, but I am probably not the expert that you need to talk to, like how to right size this for DC. So I'm going to turn it over to Will.
Yeah, thank you. I think that what Montgomery County shows us, and I'm going to repeat it again, is that you can create municipally owned housing very, very cost effectively. And as Paul explained, you do that by using public resources, bonds, to eliminate private equity from construction financing. So you're able to build a lot cheaper. So you're able to build municipally owned housing in an extraordinarily efficient manner. That is the model that DC should adopt. In order to create as much affordability in these projects as you possibly can, in order to get the largest bedroom sizes that you possibly can, you're going to have to layer some financing. Very low income people, their housing will always need to be subsidized in some way. So social housing does it in two ways. One, it cross subsidizes within the system itself. And then secondly, we could layer low income, layer vouchers into the process to get our 0 to 30% deeply affordable AMI units built within a social housing network. The benefit of using those vouchers, those local vouchers and those federal vouchers in a social housing network, is that those vouchers actually help build in more affordability into the unit, because the layering of those subsidies is helping to cover operating costs in the project. That's in contrast to how DC currently uses its vouchers, which is dumping a lot of vouchers out into the private market. And in the private market, those vouchers drive up costs, and you have a competition. You start to have a competition between rent-controlled units, vouchers. We see a lot of landlords. We see a lot of developers trying to buy, private developers trying to buy rent-controlled units, buy tenants out, and move in voucher holders into those units because they can get more money in those units from federal vouchers. So I would propose, if in an efficient way, and a way to right size this for DC, is to use those vouchers within a closed social housing network to actually promote more affordability within the social housing network. But I can't emphasize enough the idea that we should look to Montgomery County, because they are doing this in an extraordinarily efficient manner. And if we have to not lock ourselves into predetermined bedroom sizes or affordability levels, I think it's important that we're able to be flexible with that in this legislation, because I think the most important factor to start social housing, and the most important thing to want to try to accomplish, is to maximize affordability while maintaining a semblance of sustainability, that cross subsidization, that mix of incomes, because the more the network grows in that sustainable fashion, the more affordability we'll be able to leverage downstream.
Yeah, thank you. I think I have 29 seconds left because, Paul, I was coming to you. I was going to say, you just heard Will give a way that we can do this and work this and integrate this into DC. It does, in your opinion, Montgomery County has done this. Do you think we can do this in the District of Columbia?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the question is what affordability levels can be achieved with cross subsidy alone.
Yeah.
there's kind of two questions here. There's one, how much affordability can you get just out of cross subsidy? And then there's a separate question, which is how many dollars does it cost to get additional affordability if you choose that you want additional affordability in that? And I think what Montgomery County has done is they've said, this is a level of affordability that we're able to get for $0 just with cross subsidy, and we're choosing to do that, and we're, you know, and they're building those units. We just toured one of their buildings with the agency and a dozen other agencies from around the country earlier this month. Beautiful building. And then there's another question of how many dollars would it cost the district to, you know, stack vouchers, for example, into those properties if it wanted them. And I think realistically, those are kind of, in a sense, those are kind of separate questions, right? Because one of these is a program to get additional affordable production, regardless of whether or not those dollars are available. And I think that's a really unique and beneficial aspect of what Montgomery County does, is that without any additional dollars, they can get additional affordable housing production at the 50 to 60% AMI level. That's amazing. Nobody else in the country really is doing that right now, right? Besides, you know, the few other agencies that are kind of copycatting Montgomery County as we speak. But these additional questions of voucher expansion and even deeper affordability, if you want 30% AMI units, it just costs dollars. It always has and it always will. That's a question of how much funding.
Yeah.
The other question is the structure of a program.
Thank
And
you.
obviously, you know, I think the idea with this proposal is to try and tie some of those things together.
I'm out of time. I was gonna go to Melissa
Okay.
next and ask her, what does she think about that comment? But maybe Councilman Parker will add it to his.
Thank you. Councilmember Parker, I think your time has been designated.
Thank you. I'm happy to yield some time to Councilmember Louis George. Just very quickly, I appreciate this push that we ought to declare housing as right. I know many of us up here believe that, have said that. I'm not sure that that is the sentiment across the district. And so I agree, starting there is an important place. I also think it will call into question the ways in which our unfettered capitalistic systems here in DC and the country operate, but I digress. Mr. Williams, I wanted to come to you. I just wanted to make sure I understood the math that you provided as a hypothetical. One, I think you said if we did 200 million through annual investment in the Housing Production Trust Fund for nearly 90 years, I think was the number, that would yield some 100,000 plus units.
Oh, that's to me, right?
Yes.
Ms. Merlins. Oh,
I believe it may not have been in your testimony, but I
No,
think
no,
in
it was.
your
Sorry.
response, you were
Yes.
giving that hypothetical math.
yeah, I did this math this morning. If we invested $200 million each year for the next 90 years, and we're assuming that the rough, you know, these are 50% AMI units we're talking about, and they're yielding roughly 200,000 per unit. That's the cost right now per unit that DHC has to pay. You can get to about 101,000 units total. And there are 361,000 housing units in the city. So that starts to be a real number. It starts to be a real chunk of the market.
90 years from now.
90 years from now.
Yes.
Yeah. I'd love to get there faster if you
No,
give us more money.
but I think that scenario underscores is how this is a complex and challenging math equation. I wanted to come with that to Ms. Bondi. And Mr. McEnany, if you want to jump in, feel free. There's a tension that I'm feeling through some of the testimony. Partly it's let's expand on what we're already doing and what is proven to work. In part as an extension of the Housing Production Trust Fund. We also know separately that the Housing Production Trust Fund may have its own challenges, both on the developer side. Some developers would say, I would rather not deal with the Housing Production Trust Fund for whatever reason, but also through audits that would say, even though legally the Housing Production Trust Fund is supposed to target money to lowest income residents, we know that's not happening. And so how do we bridge that gap? This testimony of let's keep doing what we are already doing when we know what we're already doing is not even operating as it's supposed to?
Sure. So let me say briefly, Enterprise's testimony is not keep on doing what we're doing in a vacuum. That's not the case. There are many ways that we think that the existing system can and should be reviewed as part of a comprehensive approach to what is the District of Columbia we want? What are the ways that we can leverage lots of different existing and improved tools? And then also say, but there are still gaps in meeting district need. And we want to look at new ways to achieve those goals. And if there is political will to do that, we are first in line to say, yes, let's go.
Okay.
That being said, one of the challenges is you don't know how good something is until it's gone. There is a reason why social housing has enjoyed, as it should, a renaissance of consideration in the wake of the COVID pandemic, though I know that there are many experts who are part of this panel who have been involved in this work for a lot longer than the pandemic. Using housing production trust fund dollars to leverage private sector investment with mission-minded housing providers is a national best practice that is done in thousands of jurisdictions and almost every state in the US. That is not by accident. That is a result of some of the enabling environment and federal conditions that no one in this room controls, that have made a choice for the country on how we produce and preserve high quality affordable housing that preferred privatization over public resources. Our housing authorities have suffered from it. Our DHCDs struggle with how to meet need in the incredible escalation of cost and constraints that they experience. Lawmakers have trouble understanding exactly how much money are we supposed to be putting into this to start seeing results that turn the tide. And practitioners are trying to manage federal, state, and local regulatory regimes in order to meet expectations and needs that we also share. So we have to look at what works with the existing system, because we will miss the production preservation, the community land trust, the TOPA, all of those issues if we abandon them.
And to be clear, there is a lot that is working with the Housing Production Trust Fund.
We believe so.
The point I'm making is it's not really working for 30% AMI and below.
Correct.
And how do we get there? I will just also note, I will take you up on that offer. And this is to everyone. I'm happy to sit at the table with my colleagues here to start brainstorming what is that comprehensive system that we should be moving towards. So I just want to put that on the table.
You're going to defer. Yep.
If I could jump in quickly, I totally agree that the 30% AMI is the very specific challenge. And as Councilmember White was saying before, it's working in other bands, but not this one. One thing I've been thinking about, I've not road tested this idea with many folks, and so I don't want to say this is definitely a strong policy recommendation. But one of the challenges of 30% AMI units is that we assume a full LRSP voucher amount is needed for that unit, right? And so, for example, let's just take a hypothetical 2-bedroom unit. At 30% AMI, the rent would be, this is as of last year, $960. At 50%, it would be $1,600. And at market rate, it would be $3,200. Now, the way we've developed the LRSP program is that it's mimicking the Section 8 federal program. It's basically paying full market rent. It's easier to manage, it's easier for tenants. But as a result, that means per unit, we're going up from that $960 all the way to that $3,200. That's a cost of $2,240 per unit. Maybe there's an opportunity for us to say, what if we just subsidized up to the 50% AMI level? We know we're working well with 50% AMI rents. We know the trust fund is doing it. And that is a cost of $640. That's about 25% of the cost. And then suddenly you can fund 4 times as many of those, and you can actually produce a lot more 30% AMI units in the trust fund. And so I think that's something that we haven't really looked at before. It seems like it might be complex, but I think that might be the only solution when we don't have so many public dollars available.
And then just quickly following up there, are you then suggesting we look to other funding mechanisms to close the gap?
Yes. So at that point, you can basically have a sustainable operating budget, and then you just need a capital subsidy up front, like a regular 50% AMI unit. And so that way we might be able to get a lot more 30% AMI units produced.
Mr. McEnany, I don't know if you wanted to jump in there.
I think that's Patrick McEnany, Ryan Trout, CNHED.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good. It's
Totally
okay.
got you all out of order, but Mr. Trout,
All good.
I don't know if you wanted to jump in there.
I mean, I think Melissa and Patrick really hit the nail on the head. But when really thinking about a systemic approach, it's more than just the financing for the buildings, right? It's where those buildings are built. When you're talking about access to amenities and access to opportunity for residents, we have to have more areas in the city where you can build them, right? And so we're talking about zoning reform across the city. There's a comprehensive planning effort that'll be coming up, right? It's leveraging resources that DCHA already has on hand. You know, they are well below their fair cloth limit, and they're starting to do some fair cloth to RAD projects, but that's essentially taking units that are not built. These are not public housing units that currently exist. They are what they're allowed to do. I can talk to you about the history of that at some point. But by taking essentially what could be a public housing unit and transferring it through RAD to essentially the Section 8 voucher platform, you can then leverage those resources again to help create additional subsidy to help lower those to that 30% AMI level. So there's already resources that exist within the system. It's making sure we know where they are and that we're using them to our advantage to hit the levels that we're really looking for.
No, I hear you loud and clear, and I think that is a great idea. I'm going to invite you to join this working roundtable where we think through what is that comprehensive approach that we should be exploring. I know my time is ticking. Dr. Carlson, are there models you can point us to for the cross subsidy affordability here in the district? Like, and maybe you can't go that deep given the time, but
when I was talking about cross subsidy, not just at the building level, but across the sort of whole portfolio. This is actually what we do like in the airline industry. There are social needs to fly planes to far-flung areas, rural areas. People need to get places. They are not profitable. Airlines make up the difference by flying those high traffic routes. And so if we think about the role of a social housing development authority or a office run by the district, it's trying to produce a social need that is not met by the market. And so we can think about pulling in monies from other parts of the system, places where there is more of a greater return on the property. So cross-subsidizing across the portfolio is a different way to think about it. There's challenges, but I think it's a way that people think about it elsewhere, outside of housing.
okay, that is my time. I didn't get to everyone. Ms. Gasoy, Dr. Gasoy, it's great to see you. I really appreciated your testimony. And Mr. Merrifield, same. I look forward to engaging with you all both. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this panel. Really appreciate you all being with us. We can do a 5-minute round.
Thank you. You're first though.
You seem you have some questions in the holster ready to go. Please, Councilmember Fruman.
Okay, so thank you very much. This has been really, really useful. I guess I don't want to use up too much of my time on monologues, but I do think that the idea that housing is right is real, and that we need to find a way to provide affordable housing. I think in the education space, and Patrick, you know from an email that I sent you this morning, that we build schools, we don't expect them to have a return. And if we need to build housing as a way of changing the supply of housing in order to make all housing more affordable, then that's an investment that I think we probably need to be making. It gets tricky in terms of the way in which we finance it, but I think we should be committed to trying to achieve that goal, and it's going to cost dollars. The Montgomery County model replaces private equity. How common, Patrick, how common is a private equity in the capital stack for these different projects in the district? Is it common in the setting of a LIHTC project? Is it common in other settings? How common is it?
It's very common in the market rate sector in terms of regular market rate development. It's kind of the standard approach. It's very uncommon in the LIHTC sector, right? Usually the tax credits are meant to be replacing your equity source because the project will not produce any return long term. One area where you do still see it and where we've been trying to look for opportunities to even attract private equity is in short-term acquisitions. This is a real weakness of our affordable housing model right now, that we don't have any mechanism to acquire land on a short-term basis, which is the only way we're going to go out and build affordable housing in high opportunity areas. And so sometimes, you know, if you're looking to potentially buy land on a short-term basis, you're going to be trying to bring in private equity to fill that gap, because you have to use conventional financing while you wait for your trust fund. Right now, it's hard to attract that private equity though. So even at higher returns, they still can't make it work.
I mean, that it goes to your comment before that we need to have an acquisition mechanism, and instead of it being private equity, if it were much less expensive, that could help in creating affordability. It's that private equity piece that is it's not the developer who makes so much money. It is the private equity guys who make a ton of money. And so actually, I'm going to want to keep an eye on in projects in my area, including ones that might be subject to RFPs. What role does private equity play? Because you don't want to give up a ton of dollars to private equity, much rather come forward with public dollars to fill the gap and increase affordability. I guess I really value the bouncing around of ideas, and part of what's happening with the Housing Production Trust Fund is a decision, right? I mean, you can have 100 units if they're 50% AMI, but you might only be able to have 30 units if they're 30% AMI, and we want to have a lot of units. And so then 30% AMI gets left behind. And it is tricky how you do it with 30% AMI in any setting, because it's going to require cross-subsidization in operations. But that seems like that's an area that the bill tries to tap into. And whether it's the bills mechanism or the Housing Production Trust Fund mechanism, it does seem like a fruitful area to focus if you want to increase the number of 30% AMI units that are out there. One of the things I think you talked about was income averaging. Another would be changing the level of LRSP support for units. That LRSP that's another budget item, but that's an operating budget item. So is the idea that we should be looking at increase in that line item in the budget, in the coming budget, in order to enable this sort of thing? How do we support that idea?
I admit I am not so familiar with where those would get set, whether it would be through the council, through directives to the agency in terms of how they implement it. I will say we were actually one of the very first developers to ever have LRSP units, one of our properties in Ward 4. So we've it's been a back and forth conversation with the city over the last 12 years of building and refining the program. I don't know the exact mechanism of where that gets set in the law. Like I said, I think it was just set up to mimic Section 8 vouchers. But I think in theory, it's a DC creative program. We could do whatever we want with it. We could get creative.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. Also, thank you very much for all of the work Somerset has done. I mean, you guys are a great company and have done a ton of great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Did you have further questions, Councilman? Please.
Thank you. I guess one thing that is in this conversation is grappling with the amount of, we need a comprehensive approach. Problem is the time that we have to do it, but time seems to be the problem we have here, right? It's going to take us a long time to get there. While that is happening, legitimately, I literally just had someone email me like, I'm losing my house. Can you help? So my fear is that we will displace Black and brown residents at such a massive amount while we wait. And by the time we get to the 90-year point, I guess we'll just be non-existent in the District of Columbia if we can or cannot make it. How do we, I guess, what is it? And so that's how this came about, is like, what can we do now? And I see district government struggling in ways, doing great things in ways, but struggling in ways where we're not retaining a workforce to do the everyday work that each agency needs. And the reason why is the number one reason people are leaving district government or not coming to work in district government is because housing is not affordable here, and the quality of life, affordable housing and quality together, both have to be the factor. So what is it that we can do in the now, like the right now, that could stop the bleeding of people being displaced from the city right now?
So this isn't a CNHED position. This is Ryan Trout, who needs new hobbies and keeps reading about affordable housing stuff. I brought up zoning before because I think that that's a mechanism that not only addresses a current need, but a historical wrong, right? Like when you look at maps of the district from the 1930s, where you could only build single family units in certain places and multifamily was in other wards. If you now track that to today, the wards where multifamily housing had to be built back then have higher rates of lead, they have higher rates of asthma, and they're all lower opportunity areas, right? And so reforming that and fixing that undergirding system, I think, is vitally important. I've been impressed with a recent program out of Portland, Oregon, called their Residential Infill Project, where by right, single family homeowners can do a quadplex, up to a quad, and you can do a sixplex if half of those units are affordable. And so now what you're doing is you're creating smaller units on those lots. You're creating more opportunity in what had traditionally been only single family or larger lot areas. And so that helps incentivize homeowners to then convert to these. It also provides opportunities for smaller developments. One of the earlier panelists talked about needing to not have giant 100-unit social housing developments, but maybe it's 4 or 6 or little cottages that they also have some cottage flexibility up to 14 units. And so there's some really interesting models out there on zoning reform that could be followed as well to open up access. I've been trying to work through coupling that then with something like a land value tax, which there's a pilot or at least an idea of doing this in Detroit, and that essentially taxes the land value at a higher rate and not the improvement on the land, right? And so again, if you have a vacant lot or a large single family lot, you are confronted with that entire tax bill yourself, and so it's more expensive. But if you break that up into 4 units or 6 units or 14 cottage style units, that cost of tax is now shared amongst those, and so it becomes a smaller cost. And so there's like finding ways to both incentivize the development of smaller units, more units, but then also disincentivizing speculation and hoarding of what to me is a public asset, right? The land,
right.
If you hold it for yourself, but you guys continue to invest in the schools and invest in the transportation, that private homeowner reaps all the benefits from that. And so there needs to be some cost sharing mechanism. And that is Ryan Trout.
I guess are more low income units possible financially? Does 40% have to be the market rate amount?
Sorry, you're saying how can we get to a higher number of the affordable units? So I do want to build a little on what Ryan is saying, that the trust fund is funded through deed and recordation tax. So that is, even though there's obviously market pressures create displacement risk, they also kind of help fund the revenue to invest in affordable housing programs. So the trick is, how do we not pit them against each other? And I think one area that has a lot of promise, if we look at kind of a bigger, wider scale missing middle zoning reform long-term, is to do something like use the HUD, small area fair market rents, which look at rents by zip code, and you can target it then only to the already high income areas where no one's getting displaced. They've been gentrified. We're talking west of Rock Creek or other places. And you just have a trigger that when an area gets above that threshold, say the zip code rent is well above the median city rent, only then does a missing middle reform come in. And then there's development that helps to build more housing and then create revenue that can be invested in affordable housing programs. So that way you're not pitting market forces against affordable housing, and you can use a scalpel, as the Office of Planning had talked about in their single family zoning report, instead of just a sledgehammer.
Yeah, I'll just say, I mean, at the end of the day, these are political questions about who do we want to be serving. there are costs to those things, and we can get at deeper affordability. It costs a little bit more money, but it's the people who we need to serve. And so, yes, I think we can get at deeper affordability than where we are.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Carlson, that's actually something I did want to touch on a little bit, but before I get there, two things I just want to flag. Housing Production Trust Fund only got to $100 million about 10 years ago. Before that, it was significantly lower. When I'm looking outside in the district and I'm seeing what's happening with crime, I'm seeing what's happening with building vacancies, with people working remotely, I'm concerned about where our finances are going. And I'm not confident that we're going to see in perpetuity funds in the Housing Production Trust Fund go up or even maintain where they are. And so if we're not making enough headway with the Housing Production Trust Fund being funded at or above $100 million a year, I'm really concerned that in the next 20, 30, 40 years, we're going to lose ground, not gain ground, if we don't find additional significant models, not small things around the edges, but significant models. One of the things that I really like about the concept of social housing is the diversity of income scales. Like Helsinki, I think, is 30% very affordable lowest band, 30% in the middle income band, 40% market rate. If we don't start to get somewhere closer to that proportion, we're just going to continue to see displacement from the city. So we do have to be thoughtful about what we do differently. I just don't see a way that the things we're doing now get us where we need to go. But then to Dr. Carlson's point, that's what I was thinking about. It is a matter of money. Are we going to fund enough? And I think several of you, if not all of you on this panel, have made this point. We're going to have to put more money into the lower income bands. And I think that we're going to have to borrow some of the things that we're seeing from Montgomery County and see if we can replicate it for the middle income, or even by adding more money for the lowest income bands. But we're going to have to figure this out. I also see, interestingly, an overlap between the concept, the social diversity of social housing, and the social diversity that Anthony Williams was trying to accomplish in the New Communities initiative. I think that was a failure of execution, not a failure of concept. But I am just concerned that if we're going to have to do something very different. And zoning is probably a part of it. Funding is probably a part of it, but new concepts are a part of it as well. So I guess my question primarily for Mr. McEnany, if we funded more for the deeply subsidized housing, do you see us with current models being able to hit a mix of income similar to social housing?
Certainly, if the target is to build a building that is 40% market rate, 30% AMI, 30%, 50 AMI, that is doable. That is a project you could submit to the trust fund as an application in a competitive RFP process. And it's doable. I mean, there's nothing that stops us from doing it. We have to have the funding resources available. But it is a hypothetically feasible project. It's not feasible without subsidy. You'll need to use low-income housing tax credits. You'll need to use bonds from the DCHFA, which allow you to get the low-income housing tax credits. You'll need some trust fund dollars, but it'll work. It's a doable project. It's just not a self-sustaining project financially. I should say, sorry, it's not. It doesn't pay for itself. It can sustain itself in the long run.
And so one of the benefits of social housing is it does take some of the cost pressures off of the development with respect to a return on the investment. I mean, to build housing, we need people to invest in it. And that's something that I think a lot of policymakers don't look at or don't want to face. In the current model, you have to have people to invest in the project or it won't get built. And no one's investing if there's not a return on investment. That's why we have to think about what different role the government can play. But one of the challenges for social housing is, as I look at models around the world, and this is to Will Merrifield, is that we don't have a ton of unused public land in the District of Columbia. So do you have thoughts about how we create a workable, sustainable social housing model in the district without a significant amount of public land to offset the cost?
Yeah, acquisition costs are always an issue, and especially in a high rent area like DC, or I'm sorry, a high cost area like DC. I would say the reason that DC is such a high cost area, there's a lot of reasons for it, but one of those reasons is what you talked about earlier. I believe that you referenced, Councilmember White, that 14,000 new units were going to be built and 10,000 of them were going to be luxury apartments. So the only way to bring down land value so that acquisition costs become more reasonable is through government intervention and through a systems change in how we are producing housing. And that is what social housing does. So if you don't have a lot of public land to acquire social housing, you can still build social housing. But again, it goes back to your model has to be flexible to understand how much affordability you can build into each unit. But the more social housing you build, the more decommodified the market becomes, and you're able to change systems that way. And that may take a while, but I think that you have to start doing it. And again, to your point, Montgomery County shows how efficiently that can be done. And in the meantime, while we are working to that model, we have to preserve what we have. And that's why I brought up the soft urban renewal approach that the Vienna went through. In DC, I represent the Brooklyn Manor Tenant Association. I represented the tenants above the Congress Heights development. We demolish affordable housing and we build more expensive housing in its place, way too often. So in the district, we need to look at ways through using TOPA, through using DOPA, to preserve the affordability that we have, keep people and community in place while we are building social housing models as an additive, as an add-on to the LIHTC program, to other affordable housing programs that exist. This is not a one thing or the other. Social housing allows us to build new housing very efficiently, and we can do so in a flexible way that gets us to as much sustainability as we can while layering in deeper affordability with vouchers.
I appreciate it. Let me again thank witnesses. Is that all right, Councilman Fruman? All right. Thank you all very much on this panel. I really appreciate you being a part of this conversation. If anybody has not looked at and answered the questionnaire sent out by the committee staff, please do. Any questions on there that you can provide some insights and answers to will be incredibly helpful to us. So thank you all very much. We'll now move to our third and final panel of public witnesses. Rashida Phillips, Director of Housing at Policy Link, Ruth Gorovic, Housing Policy Manager at Climate and Community Project, Amy Chu with the Center for Popular Democracy, Dave Pringle, Director of State and Local Engagement at Poverty and Race Research Action Council, Dr. Gianpaolo Baiocchi, Director of Civic Engagement at the Urban Democracy Lab at New York University, and Shanti Singh, Communications and Legislative Director with Tenants Together. Dave Pringle had to depart. Rashida Phillips, I see you with us virtually. If you can hear me, yes, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for the invitation to testify today. My name is Rashida Phillips, and I serve as the Director of Housing at PolicyLink. On behalf of PolicyLink, Alliance for Housing Justice, and our partners, I'm coming in to share insights from our national observations as the social housing movement gains momentum across the country. The district's Black population has dropped from 61% in 2000 to less than 45% 20 years later, a total loss that equates to more than 500,000 Black residents in the city. The data clearly illustrates the need for a long-term solution that prioritizes housing stability and affordable housing access to those who are most likely to face instability and displacement. Social housing, as evidenced nationally from campaigns in Atlanta to Seattle and globally, is a growing demand and practical solution that has prioritized creating a publicly owned, deeply affordable housing option to address a community's greatest needs. Just to share a few examples, in Seattle in February of 2023, they passed Initiative 135, creating the Seattle Social Housing Developer, a public development agency tasked with developing, owning, and maintaining mixed income, deeply and permanently affordable housing for those making between 0 to 120% of the area median income. Initiative 135 also establishes in-kind startup support from the city of Seattle for the first 18 months, such as office space, staffing supplies, insurance and bonding, and legal services. Lastly, the ordinance creates a process for public lands to undergo a city feasibility study in order to determine housing needs and whether the land should be transferred to the social housing developer before considering sale. In Atlanta, we saw that the Atlanta City Council passed Ordinance 2301-385 to create the Atlanta Urban Development Corporation, which is a subsidiary of the city's housing authority. The AUDC is charged with supporting the affordable housing strike force by developing publicly owned land to address the critical need of affordable housing development and ensuring the long-term benefit of publicly held assets. At least a third of units managed by the AUDC would be for households earning 80% AMI or less, and half of those units would be for households earning 60% of AMI or less. As these examples demonstrate, social housing is defined differently across socio-political contexts and encompasses a spectrum of models and policies such as community land trusts, tenant cooperatives, TOPA-COPA policies. But regardless of the model, definition, or policy, 4 core principles consistently emerge across the social housing movement. The first is permanent affordability and decommodification. Social housing has to be permanently affordable to all, even the lowest income residents, including those with no incomes. Resident or community controlled, meaning that residents can and do meaningfully participate in building governance, as you heard from some of the earlier panelists. This is only possible if residents have very strong rights and the resources to organize, formulate their policy preferences, and use their rights effectively. The third principle is anti-racist and socially equitable. Social housing should promote equal status among its residents and between its residents and non-residents, and it should be planned to advance the access of marginalized communities to greater social and economic opportunities by equalizing these resources across geography. And then finally, the last principle to uplift is social housing should be built with sustainable and or green standards, and so built in a way that addresses the climate crisis, which is one of the largest displacement threats that we're seeing across the country. The Green New Deal for social housing legislation is a significant stride towards aligning these values with DC's current housing landscape. In neighborhoods particularly susceptible to displacement pressures, where residents are facing the risk of being uprooted due to escalating living costs and gentrification, this policy offers a safeguard. It ensures housing remains accessible and affordable, actively countering displacement trends. We support maximizing affordability and deep affordability as much as possible in the proposed bill language, particularly by limiting the amount of market rate units that are allowed. And particularly in low income and gentrifying neighborhoods, market rate units may contribute to displacement. And moreover, generous public subsidies for copious, deeply affordable below market rate development is necessary to meet the scale of need, as you've also heard. 40% of units at market rate is too high, especially as we consider Chair White's opening remarks that spoke to how the vast majority of new construction is luxury housing and out of reach for moderate and low income households. Market rate housing is being produced abundantly by the market, regardless of district investment. And what we need is a political will to invest deeply in housing that low income households need and have needed for decades as they've suffered through disinvestment and discrimination. I see that I'm at time. I have some other things to say, but happy to save it for the questions so that the other panelists can speak. And thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Ruth Gorovic with the Climate and Community Project. Welcome.
Hi, Hi, thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this roundtable. Yeah, my name's Ruth Gurevich. I lead the housing policy work at Climate and Community Project. We're a national research organization working with elected officials, advocates, and academics on climate and economic policy. And today I want to focus on why social housing is necessary for safeguarding renters from the impacts of climate change, which, as Rashida just said, is one of the primary displacement threats that renters are experiencing today in the district and nationally. So I was reading up about the Clean Energy DC plan, which sets really important goals for reducing emissions, as well as other new laws that you all have passed around net zero building standards. But I believe that social housing policies are going to be crucial for realizing these climate goals that the district has already committed to, and for ensuring the safety and stability of DC's renters who are in uniquely precarious situations. This is the type of housing model where the city and renters can best leverage their agency to stay safe in our changing climate. I'm really excited that Councilmember Louis George's bill prioritizes clean energy investments and healthy home upgrades like net zero emission standards, electric heating and cooling, all of which will reduce energy consumption and costs for renters. There are also the more holistic ways that the underlying concept of social housing that's being discussed today is a smart investment for the city in today's climate crisis. For example, first, affordability provisions over long time periods ensure that green investments won't lead to further displacement. Within the private market, a landlord could invest in necessary energy efficiency upgrades and then use those unit updates as an excuse to hike the rent beyond a fair and reasonable price. With social housing, the long-term affordability helps shield renters from price gouging and those pass-through costs of climate investments. Second, resident control provisions will provide more room for residents to voice needs around repairs and determine where that funding goes when it comes to maintaining their own housing. I think really importantly, public ownership of housing right now will really allow the city to better leverage federal funding streams that are now abundant with the passing of the Inflation Reduction Act, which will reduce the budgetary strain on the city. In the private market, we see landlords are slow to take up incentive-based programs around weatherization and decarbonization. Social housing will create a new and direct mechanism for the city to invest in these types of upgrades at a massive scale. And some of the largest funding opportunities at the federal level right now, like the direct pay tax credits for clean energy, allow cities uniquely to receive cash payments from the IRS for clean energy projects, which could be used for publicly owned housing. So with the creation of the social housing new authority at the district level, it could really supercharge the city's ability to also address the intersection of climate and housing crises. Lastly, publicly owned housing can help build the new green economy that we need. I've seen projects in Knoxville, Tennessee, and Boston and New York City that have really used their public housing authority powers to invest in green building technologies and techniques, which improve residents' health and lay the groundwork to bring these products to other parts of the housing market. On affordability, I know there's been a big topic today. I think it's really important that social housing include deep affordability levels, in part so that those most vulnerable to all of the climate risks and energy burdens are also reaping the benefits of these programs, which is yet another way in which people at 30% AMI and below are further at threat in our changing climate. I think that it's really important that, while this, of course, will come at a price, we also have to think about the cost of inaction, both in terms of taxpayer strain related to houselessness and public health emergencies, and also the increasing costs that we're going to see related to disaster aid and repairs in the face of our changing climate. So now is really the time to prioritize these green investments. I'm excited to see how this legislation can be used complementary to other environmental legislation that has recently been introduced, and look forward to working with you all on this. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Amy Chu with the Center for Popular Democracy. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me testify today. I'm Amy Chu. I'm a senior research analyst at the Center for Popular Democracy. We're a national nonprofit supporting Renters Rising, which is a national tenant association of 17,000 renters with corporate landlords. And we're part of the Alliance for Housing Justice campaigning for green social housing nationally, while one of our affiliates in DC, Spaces in Action, has been organizing for social housing locally, including through the proposed bill. Our national network and affiliates define social housing as housing that can never be resold for profit, that is forever deeply affordable, and that is publicly owned or under democratic community control. It includes quality public housing, community land trust, and limited equity co-ops. We know that public leadership to finance and build housing that is protected from speculation, rent increases, and profiteering is needed to guarantee the deeply affordable housing our communities need. The Green New Deal for housing has a lot of great strengths, such as public ownership, permanent affordability for the 60% of units that are affordable, strong provisions for tenant governance and rights, rent stabilization, and provisions for green and sustainable energy that we fully support. I'd like to make a couple of recommendations to the council when it comes to being most effective at reaching those most in need, preventing homelessness, and stopping displacement, especially when it comes to advancing racial, gender, and economic justice. The recommendations I have follow a targeted universalist approach. This means aiming for scale and broad reach, while also implementing policies and features designed to address systemic inequities between neighborhoods and communities by prioritizing those most in need. As counselors have brought up, people are facing displacement today. There are huge racial and economic disparities in DC, and housing construction takes time. How do we decide who gets served first? And how do we account for the fact that what is affordable in one neighborhood is extremely unaffordable to residents in another? So the first recommendation is to aim for 100% affordable below market rate units. Across the country, cities and localities are building subsidized housing that is 100% affordable, where all units have below market rents. This is absolutely necessary to most effectively reach those most in need. Studies from around the globe have shown market rate units can contribute to displacement pressures, especially in lower income neighborhoods. Creating 100% affordable housing is going to more quickly and effectively meet the scale of housing need while minimizing displacement pressures, especially in low income and gentrifying neighborhoods. Just quickly, some examples from around the country. In Chicago, there's a Logan Square development, 100% affordable, that was partly financed through the city selling public land very cheaply to this project. In California, there's numerous examples, including in San Mateo, 225 units at 30 to 80% AMI, which is funded partly by a loan from the county, another loan from the Housing Finance Agency of California, as well as tax credits and other sources and bonds. San Francisco Mayor Office has a project that gives grants and loans to 100% affordable projects. And there's broad support in California for this approach to mixed income development. For example, in 2022, 85 groups signed a letter calling for mixed income development that was completely below market rate, including moderate income households, but completely below market rate. One issue is that including market rate units can mean that social housing would be structurally dependent on the speculative market. Fortunately, the Green New Deal bill includes rent stabilization, which is critical for preventing that. The second recommendation is to increase deep affordability to match community demographics. Actually, area median income in DC is 152,000 for a household of 4, which means that 30% of AMI is 46,000 annual income. However, there are census blocks where the median household income is only $10,000, $20,000, especially when it comes to Black households. This is far under 30% AMI. And so depending on the mix of building units, it should match the demographics of the neighborhood where developments happen to minimize displacement. Finally, I wanted to emphasize how necessary it is to provide generous public subsidies. As the panel on finance showed, there is no way around subsidizing units at the poorest income levels without generous public subsidies. And we really see social housing as a system that includes finance. We have a report that was released that talks about social housing as a pipeline with a broad array of finance mechanisms, including public land banking, using public pension fund investments, using bonds to create revolving loan funds, having lower cost acquisition pipelines, including tax foreclosure or mechanisms to go after billions of code violations for acquisition, as well as redistributive taxation, such as LA's new mansion tax that taxes luxury real estate transactions and has generated hundreds of thousands of just an order of magnitude greater, more funds than the Housing Trust Fund can provide. So the most robust systems for social housing around the world, like in Vienna or Finland, which is actually decreasing homelessness, they use a whole array of these finance mechanisms. I can't go into it right now, but I just briefly wanted to say that, as noted, Vienna's social housing includes both public housing and private-public partnerships of those housing associations. And when it comes to what is deeply affordable, it is the publicly owned municipal housing that is most deeply affordable, and that is financed through big public subsidies, and it was created through progressive taxation. So I know I'm over time.
Thank you very much. I think Dave Pringle had to depart. John Paulo Bayoki with the Urban Democracy Lab at New York University. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Am I allowed to take David's time?
Nope.
Oh, so too bad. I thought I would try. So my name is Jean Paulo Bayoki. I direct the Urban Democracy Lab at New York University. With Jake, we've been working on social housing policy proposals and campaigns for the last 2-3 years. We have worked on a federal proposal, and at the moment we are in touch with campaigns and policy ideas around the country. We've released a number of global reports. So one of the things we wanted to say is we can connect you as you go forward in this important proposal to folks, lots and lots of folks with different points of view as you move forward. And we're happy, and people around the world are watching what will happen in the United States and what will happen in Washington, D.C. The other thing I wanted to say, if you hear nothing else, is I wanted to congratulate you on a visionary proposal and on a visionary leadership. And I mean this in the literal sense, in that you are seeing problems and you are seeing solutions that other people are not seeing. So congratulations on that. I wanted to reflect a little bit on what we've heard today. So on the last couple of panels, we've heard social housing is a remarkable tool. It can be part of a broader set of reforms. I think those reforms will also include things like zoning, protections for tenants, interventions in the market to make the systems change that we're talking about. But for sure, as people have said, social housing can be a smart way to use public dollars to go further. I think the cross-subsidy mechanism that people have been talking about is an important but not sufficient part of the problem. I think social housing invites us to think differently. So talking about housing as a right, or housing as a utility, or housing as a public good invites us to think in a broader time horizon, invites us to think about benefits that are not housing related. And I think it invites us to not think about penciling out all the time. I think social housing means we have tools to address the historic harms to people of color and communities of color in DC. So I think it's about the past as much as it is about the future, as my colleague Jake said. I wanted to say that a lot of things that are important don't pencil out. Public schools don't pencil out. Ambulances don't pencil out. Lots of things that are of a social value. Vienna didn't pencil out. I wanted to correct, I'm a professor, so I can't help it. But when Vienna started, it was not a scalpel, it was a sledgehammer. They built lots and lots of public housing, as Amy said. In the course of 10 years, they housed about 15% of their population in deeply affordable public housing that cost people about 1% to 2% of their income. So that is the basis of the thing. It wasn't a 90-year process that people said, let's begin to do this slowly over time. Let me also say that I heard a tension. I heard many tensions today. I heard disagreements. Disagreements are good. I'm glad you're the elected officials who get to make the choices and lead people, not me. But I heard a tension, and I have to mention it. I feel like there were a lot of tenant advocates, people of color coming forward in person and on screens, talking about a housing emergency, talking about not a 90-year, but talking about this week, talking about things that are happening right now. And almost to a person, these tenant advocates were saying, we need deep, deep affordability, and we want to support that. So as I look at your proposal, and I congratulate you on it, it's my considered view there's room for deeper affordability than the 40% market that is currently penciled out. I think it's a question of political will and dollars, and I think we should just move on that. I also think it's my considered opinion that there's stronger room for a tenant voice. I think whatever social housing moves forward needs to have the face of our communities. These communities need to be able to set the conditions, need to set the rules. In my view, it's the communities that are going to be setting the rent levels, for example. So anyways, I'm happy to answer more questions, but most of all, congratulations.
Thank you very much. And Shanti Singh.
Hi there. Sorry, I was trying to find the unmute button. My name is Shanti Singh, she, her. I am Legislative Director of Tenants Together. We're California's statewide coalition of grassroots tenant unions, as well as legal aid and other community-based housing groups. I'm also Board Vice President of the San Francisco Community Land Trust, which is actively engaged in housing acquisition for both rental and limited equity ownership models of social housing, as well as innovating tenant self-governance models across our portfolio. If you notice, I had the same lighting as Rashida did. We are actually both calling from a statewide social housing campaign retreat. So perfect setting of housing, climate, labor, and other coalitions in the other room over there. So for Tenants Together, in the past, our coalition's advocacy has focused on the protection side of housing policy because our members live and organize on the front lines of eviction and displacement. However, our member organizations increasingly see social housing as a critical tool for homelessness prevention and tenure security, as well as paths to ownership cooperatively that the private market simply will never provide. When tenants organize, even if they're first starting from a black mold problem or an illegal rent hike, they are ultimately organizing for stability and security and the systemic policy changes, including social housing, that are needed to make that happen. In some cities, we are strengthening existing models and innovating new policies on top of that base, much like you are working on in DC right now. In others, we're starting from scratch completely to enact policies like COPA, TOPA, or rent control that you and some of us here already have in some form. I'll go through quickly just a few things that we've done. California tenants and allied groups are already locally pursuing and implementing a panoply of social housing policies. For example, San Francisco and Los Angeles have recently passed revenue measures at the ballot in the hundreds of millions of dollars to fund land banking and social housing acquisition, as well as production, to deepen and prioritize affordability and to pilot new models. In addition to ongoing acquisitions, LA has earmarked 20% of hundreds of millions in annual funding specifically to alternative models of housing production, and San Francisco is currently studying a Vienna-style production model. Oakland and San Francisco also recently passed constitutionally mandated ballot authorizations for municipally owned social housing in the future. And a network of community land trusts is rapidly expanding across every corner of the state, not just coastal cities, the Central Valley, the Inland Empire, everywhere, even places where tenants have the fewest protections, right? So the demand for acquisition of housing is growing all over California. Last month, Governor Newsom signed our bill, Senate Bill 555, which provides the first definition of social housing, we believe, in California state law. This definition calls for permanent affordability and permanent decommodification. It uplifts tenant decision-making in all forms of social housing. And most importantly, it orients the priority of social housing policies towards affordability at those income levels that are cost-burdened by the private rental and homeownership markets, especially at low and no incomes where that need is greatest. In our opinion, the population of American working families who cannot afford to buy or rent market rate housing is a broad mixed income group in and of itself, and they must be prioritized in social housing policy. SB 555 tasks the state of California to make state policy and funding recommendations to the governor and the state legislature, specifically so that they can support the work that we are already doing, right? That's already being done by housing justice, climate, labor, and an increasingly intersectional constellation of groups that are working on social housing and making social housing happen. So I realize that most of my testimony was about California, but I just want to emphasize that the variety of social housing strategies that we're considering here, and in many places already enacting and resourcing, are responding directly to the on-the-ground needs of renters for stability, security, and autonomy. And Councilmember Louis George's proposal can do the same in DC. Thank you.
Thank you so much to this panel. Let me start with Dr. Bayoki. One of the things you mentioned is ideally having more tenant voice, including letting the community decide rent levels. So we're kicking the tires here. I want to be careful that we don't idealize something that won't work in practice. Co-ops in the District of Columbia have been, as best as I can tell, a catastrophe. And that's the closest sort of model, self-governance model that I can think of. How do we get to a place where we are giving more voice and say to residents without building something that's not sustainable?
Well, I think the disaster co-ops is a good example. New York has some of those too. So co-op boards make rules that are exclusive, too hard to get into, and so on and so forth. So part of the way, so for example, in Vienna, right? We talk about Vienna all day. One of the things that is important and intentional in the way their model works is when you have a new social housing unit, whether it's a nonprofit housing one or it's building a new public housing, it comes attached with a social worker who works with people on decision-making and works with people on community integration. So that's one thing, it's how to make those decisions. Second, there needs to be, one of the problems with the New York co-ops is that there isn't an authority that is sort of setting rules about what can and can't be done through tenant governance. So all the time we hear, or sometimes we hear reports of co-op boards discriminating on the basis of whatever as someone is trying to join the co-op. That shouldn't be allowed, but there's not really, they have too much independent autonomy. You know, neighborhood associations have a terrible history around the country of enforcing redlining. So we have to temper it. At the same time, there's lots and lots of examples of places where giving people the voice to make actual decisions kind of unleashes creativity, problem solving. You know, people are talking about the community land trusts. Visit any community land trust in the country today, and I guarantee you they have an excellent community room with good art and interesting things in the garden compared to the community room in public housing. It's usually badly lit, is that institutional green, because people can't even decide that. So your comment is exactly right. It has to be balanced, but there is a way to bring people into the decision-making process because, you know, there's that saying, people who walk in the shoe know where it hurts, right? If we let public housing residents have a greater say in how public housing actually worked, there's room for improvement. So that's where we're.
I appreciate that. That is some of what we are hearing from residents in public housing as we're going through some rules changes now. There's frustration that they say, this is our home. You all are making rules without consulting us, and they don't work for our homes. So I appreciate that point. Rashida Phillips, you mentioned something that Professor Baiocchi also mentioned. Rashida Phillips, you mentioned that 40% of the housing being at market rate isn't high enough. What I wonder is, would making the percentage of affordability higher actually produce more affordable housing? That is to say, it's the same pot. If we have $100 million for social housing projects, if we build the units at development site A versus at development site B, I'm not sure I see how we get to more affordable units built. Does that question make sense?
I believe it makes sense. I think the answer to that is, again, that we need deep subsidy, right? It's not going to be a one-size-fits-all situation, and you're going to have to utilize things like cross-subsidization in order to get to where we need to get and get to the number of units that we need to get. So I think it's more, you know, as others have pointed out, it's a math equation, right? Pulling in subsidy, pulling in vouchers, pulling in other means of subsidizing the unit, because it's not going to be, you're right, the same pot of money is not going to produce more. And so we do need to bring in those other sources of funding and sort of mix and match, as it were, to get to where we need to get.
I appreciate that. Professor Baiocchi, do you have thoughts on that?
I think Rashida put it nicely, and I think it's a little bit what Jake and others were talking about on the previous panel, which is, you know, you're going to have a menu of options, different kinds of bands versus different kinds of units, and you're going to have to make a decision about, okay, we're going to go to 25% market and we're going to produce this many units, and we're going to pull together the subsidies. The point that I want to make sure we hear is that there's many different possible menus. 40%, sometimes in a campaign or in a policy, we sort of land at a sort of arbitrary number as if it were more real than it is. And, I think there's room to move. And I feel like there are social housing projects around the world. Some have a very healthy mix, and then some, as Jake was saying, have buildings and units, buildings that have, very high percentage of people paying deeply affordable rent.
Let me go to Ruth Gorjevic. Is that how you pronounce it? Let me get it right.
But it's all good.
Gorevich, thank you. If I'm writing a perfect bill, I'm going to include what Councilmember Louis George included: environmental requirements, tenant voice requirements, affordability requirements. And you mentioned your testimony focused a lot on the environmental aspects. Do you think that we may be running the risk of trying to put together at the outset a perfect package that addresses sort of everything and creating something that's maybe too big to fly? Do you have any concerns about that?
I totally know what you mean and have seen that happen, but in this case, I'm not concerned about that for a few reasons. I think the first is that unfortunately, all of these elements in this day and age are so intertwined that if you're thinking about trying to create permanent affordability, you need to be thinking about that housing being climate resilient and rent stabilized. Otherwise, it will not even exist in this like hypothetical permanent future that we are all working towards. And then also, I think the second reason that I'm not concerned about it is, as I mentioned in my testimony, there is an unprecedented level of funding now available at the federal level that is flowing to the district and to other places around the country to help cover the costs of a lot of the, especially environmental pieces that are mentioned in the legislation under consideration. And I think that is new. And for me, I think creates a really exciting opportunity where we can actually pass legislation across cities that do combine all of those pieces without, just creating this like Christmas tree effect of there's so many things in one bill that there's no way to actually execute it. So I actually think that it is essential that all of these pieces be combined if we are kind of trying to create this vision of permanently affordable, safe housing for residents of the district. And I also think that there's kind of a unique opportunity here to actually do it at a time where there is funding available and there is a lot of technical assistance available too.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel for your testimony. Rashida, I wanted to come to you. Thank you for your testimony. I want to ask you about cross-subsidization as an element of social housing. How do you see that working? And can you speak more to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think a number of panelists have already pointed it out, but it's really an important mechanism that ensures stability and affordability for tenants, especially for those whose incomes increase over time. And I heard some panelists referring to that earlier. So in a social housing model, a diverse array of units is available to sort of cater to different income levels that allows for that flexibility for tenants' financial situations to evolve. And so this is really beneficial for those who's experienced an increase in earnings, which we want people to do, right? We want people to get better jobs and to grow their income. But that allows them to remain in that community, right? So transitioning to a different income bracket within the same housing system creates that stability. And then cross-subsidization also functions by having higher income tenants contribute a portion of their rent towards subsidizing the rents of lower income residents. And so again, this maintains this sort of overall affordability of the housing complex while strengthening the financial sustainability of the social housing model. And again, as tenants' incomes grow, their rent contributions become more substantial. That bolsters the affordability structure. And again, it also gives a situation where tenants are held harmless, right? They're not displaced because they've gotten better jobs or their income has grown. And again, if their income fluctuates, they're not displaced from that community that they can't now come back to because there's nothing available to them for. So I think cross-subsidization serves a number of different goals beyond just creating affordability and stability, long-term stability, but it also stabilizes the community and it doesn't punish people for upward mobility.
Professor, I want to see, can you add there sort of the ways in which, I guess, cross-subsidization will help with sort of what we are talking about as making this sustainable throughout?
Yeah, so Rashida makes a couple of really excellent points. You know, it makes the bottom line more possible, stabilizes communities. If you go up in income, there's still a place in the system. There's a couple of other reasons. I think it's pretty clear, actually, this is one of the global lessons. Social housing that doesn't have middle income tenants in it doesn't survive. The European examples where they made it only for low-income tenants lost their basis of support, and it became poor social services because they're services for the poor. And every time there's a conservative politician, it becomes a kind of punching bag. So we compare the way in this country, we talk about public housing versus Social Security, right? That kind of universalist appeal. And there was something that I think in your comments, Councilmember, that you, at the very beginning, you talked about community and about integration. It's important for people of different incomes and classes to be together. Like there's lots of sociological benefits to that. A community that only has people of a certain income bracket, whether it be high or low, is going to be a deficient community. So those are the sorts of reasons. Finally, I think one thing that is very important in the cross-subsidy discussion is that we want to be building social housing that is preserving communities and has the face of the community. So sometimes that will have people who are slightly higher income. We don't want to remove them from a project that we're building in their community.
Rashida, you spoke about something that I thought was important around climate change and climate and this as a sort of social housing and the ways it interacts with our aims for climate justice. Could you talk a little bit more about how social housing and climate justice are seeking the same aims?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ruthie can probably speak to this better because that's directly speaking to her background. But yeah, I mean, again, you know, we want to see this. I think she's named it perfectly, right? We won't be here. This housing won't be here, 90 years from now, maybe even 20 years from now, if we don't build it in a way that's environmentally sustainable. And plus, we also know that the folks who are facing the greatest risk of displacement from climate-based displacement are the same communities that don't have access to stable and affordable housing. It is Black and brown communities. It is the communities that have been pushed out of, the cities and the places where the housing is better and where there's more stable housing. And so because there is an overlap, right, in these same communities, these same people, that is why housing justice in and of itself is environmental justice. And that's why they're the same things and should be connected in the same ways. But would love to, if Ruthie, if you have more to say that's a little bit more eloquent, I'd invite you.
No, that was perfect. And yeah, I mean, I think I'll also just add, I think like if we've been talking about Vienna a lot, I was part of a delegation of academics and advocates and elected officials who went there last fall. And what we saw also that was really palpable was the environmental resilience of these properties across income levels. And this idea that only those who get, the luxury and environmentally sustainable housing are those who can afford it, I think is, deeply unjust and is not where the city should be kind of putting their priorities. As Rashida said, we're talking about Black and brown communities, we're talking about working class communities, our essential workers, and we need to make sure that they have a place to live that is safe and affordable. And I think that should be the role of the city since the market isn't otherwise providing that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I think that's been a large part of the conversation today, and why that's important as well. Professor, I want to come back to you to see, I'm trying to think of any things we didn't sort of, any loose nails we have right now as far as how this is possible. Do you see it as such that, how would you answer to differentiate public housing from social housing?
Oh, that's my favorite question.
Okay.
So we think of, Jake and I think of public housing as, social housing as housing that is off the market, is publicly backed, and it has a good deal of tenant control and democracy. That is how sometimes it works very well and it provides deep affordability. It's sustainable and it's green and it's beautiful. Sometimes it doesn't work, but those are the sort of bare bone features. US public housing, you know, European social housing was preventative medicine. It was supposed to be an alternative to the private market. US public housing was built as ambulance service. It was literally built when they were conceiving of it by design, and because of lobbyists, they wanted no middle class people in there. They wanted no competition for the real estate industry. And it was time limited, it's low quality. And it's a remarkable thing that it actually still exists. And in cities like New York, if there were no public housing in New York City, we'd see very few working people of color in Manhattan, for example. It provides something that's very important. Now, we see social housing as a kind of like non-market housing like that, but public housing is not well funded, right? There's a backlog nationally of public housing, the billions of dollars, just to make it livable, let alone make it nice and environmentally retrofit. And it has that lack of community control. One of the things you talk to people in public housing, people who are organizing public housing, they'll tell you all the time is they're treated with such disrespect routinely. Rules are made for them, about them. One violation, you're out, you know, and you have this sort of perverse disincentives to making more money sometimes. So we see public housing as part of the family of social housing. We would like the system change to include and better fund and the public housing that we do have. So we have a kind of like ecosystem of things, but it's unfortunately an underfunded, sad cousin. I don't want to say poor cousin because that's classes, but it's a sad cousin.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may.
Yeah,
Oh.
I was going to actually go to you next. That's perfect.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, I think social housing inclusion of public housing is really essential that we think about it that way, that we think about it as a part of the social housing landscape. You know, as Gianpaolo said, traditional public housing faces a lot of challenges. It faces underfunding, expiring affordability covenants, segregation, all of those things. But we have to think about it. Social housing isn't just something that should absorb traditional public housing. It should recognize its value. It should recognize what it has actually provided and seek to expand and improve and refine the principles and practices that are embedded, you know, that are embedded in social public housing. And I think that inclusive approach, right, will highlight how expansive social housing can be and illustrate how it builds upon and enhances what the concept of public housing can and should be. And again, with that focus on permanent affordability, resident control, protection from market pressures, social housing is really a more holistic and equitable version of what public housing could be. And I think just beyond providing housing, right, as others have mentioned, social housing integrates services, it gives you those amenities, it thinks about green spaces, healthcare, educational facilities. So it's really that holistic, we're looking at the neighborhood, we're looking at the community as a whole, not just where people lay their heads, but how do we stabilize this community?
And can I make a DC comment? I think I mentioned this last time. I love Langston Terrace. When it was built, it was such an ambitious idea of what public housing could have been and should have been. And it's in such unfortunate disrepair today and has this history. But yeah, there was a moment when people thought public housing through the WPA was going to be something else, a tool of integration, racial uplift, moving people into the middle class, a stable, permanently affordable thing. It's very sad what it's become. And I couldn't agree with Rashida more. It is part of our struggle.
We talk about district land. We talk about a shortage of district land. Right now in DC, we have a tool that we use. We dispose of properties and deem it not, what's the language? Not of public use anymore when we dispose of properties, and then we dispose of properties and give them to developers, we've given schools away, et cetera. Have you seen other cities who look at this, are looking at, we have another legislation that Councilman Robert White did that we will discuss further in my committee. We are actually doing a hearing on in our committee, but have you seen other cities take land that they own and properties they currently own that they were planning on disposing of and utilizing those as a means of creating housing, social housing?
Yes, and I think that's actually, people are thinking of that as kind of like a social housing best practice today because it's environmental, it's pro-community, and it preserves the historic character of areas. So the city of Barcelona, for example, is one of the cities that takes buildings that are sometimes in disarray, and it purchases them and rehabilitates them and turns them into these tenant-owned cooperatives. In the United States, there is currently a proposal in Kansas City for something like that, for turning abandoned schools. The city of Lisbon does that. We actually think that's a very, very robust kind of possibility because, you know, those abandoned properties are sunk public costs, and you're going to turn over to a developer. Sometimes those public schools have great bones. I've seen public schools turned into luxury developments and being the vehicles of gentrification. And that to me is just criminal. I'm really glad to hear about this proposal here.
I wanted to jump in on that if that's okay.
I'm going to ask you to be brief because we have to get our government witness up.
Just that there have been programs around the country that have been ways of converting existing properties into social housing. Like New York had a tax foreclosure program in the 70s where there were thousands of properties with tax liens, and that was the source of a lot of the existing co-ops now. And like LA has a program around like code enforcement where programs that have properties with code violations, the tenants can petition for cooperative ownership too. But you know, in LA, they actually transferred some of the public land owned by Caltrans into affordable housing. They bought a LIHTC by eminent domain that make it permanently affordable housing because of different tenant struggles there too. So there are various examples that could be expanded on around the country, including like the way public land banking exists in many cities, but it's sold to for-profit developers rather than for affordable housing. But there are different ways existing policies could be retooled to make it a bigger scale.
I want to thank this panel very much for being with us. And all of our public panels, incredibly productive, fruitful conversation. So thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thanks for your time today.
Thank you. We are now going to turn to our executive testimony, and I want to welcome DHCD Director Colleen Green. Director, let me ask if you would stand and raise your right hand. We will swear in our government witness. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony when you're ready, and thank you again for being with us.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the Committee on Housing. I am Colleen Green, the Director of the District of Columbia Department of Housing and Community Development. It is my honor to join you today for this important roundtable discussion on making social housing work in the District of Columbia. Our agency is grateful for this opportunity to engage in a meaningful discussion on how we can improve housing affordability, accountability, and resident engagement within the district's housing stock. DHCD is dedicated to meeting the needs of our community by improving the energy efficiency, variety, and quality of our affordable housing choices. Our testimony today refers to B25-191, the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2023, and the hearing held during the previous council session on Bill B24-802, the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act of 2022, at which my predecessor testified That testimony, which will be resubmitted for the committee, focused on what we can learn from the history of affordable housing in the United States and why we should be careful of an over-reliance of within-building cross-subsidization of rents as a model for long-term sustainable affordable housing. Although changes have been made between the two versions of the bills, there are still significant areas of concern that need to be addressed. Bill B25-191, mirroring the previous bill, would establish the Office of Social Housing Development, which would use a variety of tools to fund its projects. These include tax-exempt bonds, housing production trust funds, DC Green Bank, and other energy and environment financing. In addition, it's proposed that this office would utilize project-based vouchers and low-income housing tax credits to secure additional funding for its projects. However, approximately the last 35 years, these subsidies have been utilized by DHCD, the District of Columbia Housing Finance Agency, and the District of Columbia Housing Authority in collaboration to support housing development by for-profit and nonprofit developers, limited equity cooperatives, and condominium associations, a substantial amount of which includes mixed use and mixed income housing. Thus, many aspects of the social housing model being proposed for delivering affordable housing are already being implemented by our agencies, which draw upon a wealth of experience, technical knowledge, existing public and private sector capacity, and community engagement. The time and resources it can take to start a new agency will also reduce overall affordable housing production in the near term. The proposed bill would dedicate 10% of the Housing Production Trust Fund to carry out the duties of the office for administrative purposes. If Housing Production Trust Fund is funded at $100 million annually, the amount set aside for 5 years would be approximately $50 million. DHCD estimates as many as 320 units of affordable housing would not be built if these funds were transferred. Based on typical development timelines, it will take 3 to 5 years before the first project is delivered and 10 to 12 years for the agency to realize its full potential cash flow. If all units benefits from leveraging federal tax credits and other sources, diverting $10 million per year could cost the city over 750 affordable units during this time. Is this loss of housing today justified? In addition, we believe that more capital and operating subsidies are likely to be required than proponents of this bill realize. The most significant difference between the proposed bill and current practice is that it suggests a shift in the delivery of affordable housing from the current public-private system to one where social housing projects are financed, developed, and managed by a new public housing agency. The property characteristics and management practices presented in the Act do not account for many of the development constraints that we routinely see in projects presented to DHC for funding based on their feasibility studies. Taking on these costs is likely to add to higher costs at the agency level. In addition, the Act constrains the proposed agency's bonding capacity in such a way that it will likely lead to higher borrowing costs and lower proceeds. All of this will lead to higher costs of operation that must be covered by public funds for a longer period than anticipated by the bill. In the early 2000s, the district was undergoing a recovery phase from 2 decades of population decline. During that time, the government had assembled a large real estate portfolio of vacant and underutilized parcels, which grew in value. In response, the City Council approved the creation of the Anacostia Waterfront Corporation to create, develop, redevelop, and revitalize lands adjacent to the Anacostia River. It was intended to have a lifespan of 20 years, during which it would oversee public-private redevelopment plan of $8 billion. But in 2008, the City Council dissolved the AWC due to a myriad of issues, but mainly because by June 2007, ground had not been broken on a single AWC project. The same law also dissolved the National Capital Revitalization Corporation and the RLA Revitalization Corporation, both quasi-governmental agencies established during a time of financial downturn to redevelop vacant and rundown properties that after many years had similarly failed to live up to the expectations of their proponents. Learning from our history again tells us to be careful. Simply creating special purpose entities with bonding authority does not on its own solve for challenges facing the creation of affordable housing development. Creating a new organization to tackle social housing could lead to similar waste. The duplicative administrative costs alone should be reason for caution. We want to make sure that when we innovate, we do it in ways that increase efficiency and minimize unnecessary disruptions. This is how we will have the best chance of assisting the district's tenants quickly and effectively. The impact of reallocating resources from our existing programs and the potential loss of housing and services, compounded with the costs associated with the creation of a new agency, should also be carefully evaluated when making decisions about the most effective course of action. For these reasons, it is crucial to engage in financial modeling for projects in different neighborhood markets and to create a business plan for a potential new agency to accurately assess the timeline and amount of subsidy required for the proposed agency to achieve self-sufficiency. At DHCD, we have studied other social housing projects and efforts in the United States that have recently been highlighted in the media in places such as Montgomery County, Maryland, Atlanta, Georgia, and Seattle, Washington, among others. These efforts can represent important steps forward for these places, and we can benefit from some of the tools they are applying to achieve their goals. As you know, through the commitments the mayor has made over the past couple of years, DHCD has been the leader in advancing new approaches while creating a significant number of affordable housing units. For example, DHCD requires affordable housing developments we assist to meet the highest environment and energy standards of any low-income housing tax credit program in the country. And all residential projects in the districts will be required to meet a net zero energy standard by 2027. DHCD, DOE, and the Sustainable Energy Utility and the Green Bank lead in deploying green building initiatives, including providing tailored technical assistance to multifamily property owners, layering the solar investment tax credit into low-income housing tax credit projects, and structuring a project that makes use of green bank financing and tax-exempt bonds with no low-income housing tax credits, a promising model for future collaboration. The district's labor standards and small local business utilization requirements also lead the nation. Our consolidated RFP has strongly preferred projects with resident services plans, and this year required resident services for all projects that we funded. The RFP also prefers perpetual covenants and ground lease structures, in which either a land trust in the district owns the land under a project to enforce affordability in case of foreclosure on the buildings. DHCD has also explored 80-20 and other affordable housing mix models and actively supports inclusionary zoning and new communities redevelopment to create vibrant mixed income neighborhoods. We have one of the most robust frameworks of regulations and programs in the country supporting tenants' rights and housing preservation. The Tenant and District Opportunity to Purchase Acts create opportunities to preserve affordable housing as properties are sold or transferred. In this context, DHCD supports tenant organizations with technical and legal assistance from community-based organizations. The Housing Preservation Fund provides resources for tenant organizations and mission-oriented developers to acquire properties for affordable rental or conversion to cooperatives or condominiums. DHCD supports tenant leadership, cooperative boards, small landlords, providing regular property management training opportunities. The Rental Assistance Division regulates rent increases in older affordable housing stocks. These programs and practices are often cited by national researchers and other communities as models. As DHCD testified previously, I again propose that we invest and strengthen the programs and institutions that are currently delivering affordable housing. The functions that the bill will combine in a new agency are already available from the various housing agency. DHCD provides capital and some operating subsidies. DCHFA and DEMPED provide tax-exempt financing, and DCHA administers operating subsidies. All four play a role in developing housing and achieves the goals of the Green New Deal for housing. Our agency works tirelessly to provide well-maintained mixed-income rental housing accommodations that are forward-thinking, resilient, and energy efficient, and highly interconnected. Through DHCD's various programs, developers and building owners have the resources to invest in their buildings, develop new ones, and maintain affordable housing terms in projects with anywhere from 5 to hundreds of units of varying physical conditions and characteristics. located in widely diverse neighborhoods and market areas. By shaping the competition for public resources, we channel private capacity and leverage private capital to get housing built and managed. We share all of this to highlight our unwavering commitment to actively pursuing the objectives of social housing. We acknowledge the need for ongoing adaptability and progress in all aspects of the housing landscape. At DHCD, we have consistently risen to the challenge of this call to action, whether during economic downturns or upswings. Our strong emphasis on community involvement drives us to collaborate with the community, leveraging the district's resources efficiently to respond to this imperative. We support the goal of providing stable, sustainable, quality housing that is truly affordable and welcome your partnership. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much, Director. I appreciate you and your team being with us today. One of the things that I particularly appreciate about you and your team, particularly Valerie Piper, is your willingness to meet with the committee, talk to us about housing finance, how you all select projects, what it takes to fund projects. It's one of the reasons I have a better understanding now of the role that private investment plays in these developments. I think I mentioned earlier, it's often easier to just blame greedy developers, but the reality is much more complicated. And if we're going to make any dent in this, then we have to get into those details. In your testimony, you mentioned that creating a new tool, an entity like the one proposed in Councilmember Louis George's bill would take 3 to 5 years before we see a project come online, which sounds accurate to me. I think you said about 10 to 12 years before the cash flow smooths out. And so, yes, we may, as you suggested, lose some projects currently in the pipeline or that would be in the pipeline in that time frame. But after that initial phase, do you see a possibility that we would be producing more units than we are now?
No, I don't.
Why is that?
Well, because the resources would be diverted. Essentially, we are all operating from the same one bucket.
Mm-hmm.
You would really need additional resources and additional set aside or whatever, appropriation, whatever you want to call it, in order to create more units. Witness after witness has said what really is going to be needed to create more units is more dollars, right? So siphoning off sort of the existing resources to create a new public agency does not net create more units.
What if there was money in addition to the Housing Production Trust Fund? So let's say the council kept it at 100 million, but added 25 million to start social housing projects. Would that change your perception or your view of the program?
So I think that we have the resources we need to create affordable housing. Putting that 25 million into the pot of resources that we currently have could also establish sort of the goals of social housing by policy changes, by, if we're continue to use the RFP, what can we do with the RFP by, requesting projects that meet the goals of what we're talking about? You and I have often talked about that band that we're not meeting. And I think that's what the social housing, agency does. So we can structure that additional 25 million, which is in the existing housing ecosystem, would be just much more efficient to me.
The existing programs, to your point, are not getting the 0 to 30%, the lowest income bands built. It also is just generally not meeting the need. So we're doing well. We're putting a lot of resources. We have good programs. You all are vetting applications. My gripe is not with the process, but we add another $25 million to what we're doing now. doesn't seem like it's going to get us tremendously further. If we add another 10 years to what we're doing now, it doesn't seem like we're going to get tremendously further. So I'm concerned about saying, all right, well, if we're going to put more money in, let's just put it into the things that we're doing now, because we're losing ground on the affordable housing. And I think it's costing the city in terms of displacement, but it's also costing the city with respect to attracting businesses, because when businesses are looking to relocate somewhere, if their employees can't afford to live in DC, they're not going to DC. So how do we contend with that aspect, the reality that our existing programs just are not meeting the need?
It's a numbers game. Like, how do you meet the need of, I have 100,000 people that need affordable housing. I've got to find a way to create 100,000 units. And that's going to take, whether it's the new public housing agency or it's what we have existing, it's going to take resources, right? So if you siphon off resources, that's not going to net create more units. I think that some of the things that have been said in terms of leveraging things differently, looking at different financing models that can stretch our dollars, using bonding capacity in a different way, that could potentially create more units, more savings, will stretch the dollars farther. So it was really interesting to talk about and hear all these ideas for different financing models. And that's how you would get to, you know, additional units, more mixed income. We could do more of that too. So you're cross subsidizing and getting to that workforce. In terms of the creation of more units in 2023, we did 43% of the 0 to 30%. So those numbers haven't come out yet, but that was like 2 times as much as we did in fiscal year 2022.
Right.
So, you know, it's again a matter of where you're structuring the projects, the dollars, and the choices that you're making as well about how you're spending the dollars.
So on how we're spending the dollars, there are several witnesses pointed to Montgomery County, which seems to be producing more units in the middle income bands with less money than we are. Are there the things that we can take from the Montgomery County model and replicate here in the district?
Absolutely. There's a very interesting financing model. They've taken bonds and essentially replaced equity with a cheaper cost of money. And their units are essentially what Montgomery County, I make it akin to our IZ model. 20% of, you know, new units are created when we do market rate housing. That's essentially what they've done. It's not very different from our current IZ model, actually, but they've put in low cost equity in order to create that. And speaking of like what band of affordability, most of their units target 50% AMI, not 30 or lower. So I mean, we kind of do what they do, but they're doing a different financing structure, and it's a very good one. I mean, in terms of putting equity in at a much cheaper rate of return.
If the council moved forward with a social housing model, do you have thoughts on the pros and cons of housing that in a separate agency versus in DHCD or another existing agency?
Well, the cons are, again, we have a housing ecosystem that currently works, and we're talking about goals in the affordable housing entity. So even in terms of the land, we acquire land. We have ground lease structures now that we're implementing to make sure that we have perpetual affordable housing. A lot of what can be done in terms of social housing model, I say, let's take a look at the housing authority and see, you know, they have a lot of projects. They have unused bandwidth right there that we need to make sure those affordable units come online that are available to us that aren't produced yet. So focusing on the processes and procedures and making the things that we have work better is probably where I would spend my investment in my dollars.
You mentioned the NCRC, RLA. I can't remember the acronym, the Anacostia.
Waterfront Corporation.
Thank you, Waterfront Corporation. That did not by a long shot meet expectations. Why is that? Why did those entities not?
I mean, I think this is a practice, right? There's been several studies that show when government gets into the business of development, for whatever reason, we don't do as well, right? But when government invests in development and work in public-private partnerships, it's much more efficient. It's almost like a doctor does what he does, you know what I mean? And, you know, we do what we do in government, and it's making sure that the people that know how to do things efficiently in the right places are partnering together. So those are just examples. And I think you pointed to sort of the challenges in the New Communities Project, right? There's a lot of government involvement in those projects. We had an economic downturn that, you know, delayed some of, you know, the later New Communities Project. But, you know, that's a model that upon implementation could have been more efficient. But all of these agencies were formed in order to get district owned properties out of our hands, and they just failed.
I'm gonna add time for this round. Councilmember Lewis George. Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Director, is it your position that Department of Housing and Community Development believes that the housing ecosystem works?
I think that there's always room for improvement, but generally we have met a lot of our goals.
The goal or intent of this legislation is meant for everyone. I think you agree. We need educators, we need firefighters, we need government workers to be able to work here and live comfortably. I think you agree with that. How is our current housing models accomplishing this goal?
So I think our housing model focuses a lot on creating affordable housing at a band that is 80% and below, and to the lowest affordability. When you're speaking of people that are working class, that are, you know, professionals, there's not a lot of focus. There can be more focus on that level. So there's an opportunity, yes, to do more mixed rate development, you know, mixed income development. And there's also a lot of opportunity to preserve naturally affordable housing occurrences in the district, right? So making sure that we don't lose existing product to market rate developers, in, you know, interjecting ourselves in an acquisition that preserves, you know, median income and working class workforce. So there's policies that we can do, there's things that we can target so that we are meeting that level. I completely agree that that is a band that we need to focus on more.
I heard your testimony. I want to make this right. I was going to ask you, how many units of housing did we produce or rehabilitate at the extremely low income level? That's 30% of MFI or less during fiscal year 2023. It sounded like you said.
Oh, 480
okay,
approximately, maybe a little more.
About 480.
Mm-hmm.
And
we produced, I think, and I can give you the exact numbers, but we produced over 1,000 units of that 480 approximately were 30%.
And I'm curious because what you produced in 22 is what you produced in 2023 is definitely significantly higher than than what we've seen in what we saw in 2022.
Yes.
What different choices made that happen from a financial and policy decision? What was the difference?
So the difference in choice is what we expected and requested in our RFP.
Okay.
And how we structured, you know, our financing. We put a priority on that. So we put more money into it. We layered LRSP and making sure that developers came in with projects that had at least 5% of their units that were 30% and below. And then if they could put more money in there, then we were able to give them more points. So they were more incentivized to do the 30% and below.
So it sounds like you increased incentives, you provided more financing options, and
we targeted our dollars towards that level.
You targeted your dollars towards that level.
Right. And then we also had LRSP in there and layered other financing options to that level of affordability.
That level
Mhm.
of affordability.
Mhm.
And I know you had a chance, you were here. Thank you for being here throughout the testimony. I always say to agencies who show up and hear all of the witnesses' testimony, I think it's a great thing to do before you testify. Will Merrifield talked about using, looking at Montgomery County, merging it with ours and using some of that LRSP dollars towards as within the model of social housing. What was your response to that? Do you think that that's something that was viable?
That's something that we're actually considering.
Okay.
And what he was saying was not to put all of the LRSP dollars into the 30% and below, but giving them what they need and then spreading those LRSP dollars among more units to create more affordability. So, that's something that we're looking at right now.
Okay, great. During the recent budget, the mayor submitted the land purchases for affordable housing subtitle, which I authorized the mayor to purchase privately owned residential land, but not physical buildings, improve developed properties, and to leverage said purchases to execute affordable housing land covenants through ground leases. Is this something that you all are still exploring, and what updates do you have on that?
We think it's a great idea. And, we would love to look at it again. I think that's again, another tool that we could use that would have created different bands of affordability by creating perpetual affordability and negotiating different levels of affordability, even going, as high as the levels of working class folks like you're talking about, professionals, and that would have been a great opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I think I agree. My concern with the subtitle then was that it was introduced sort of as an organic act versus being connected to any existing language. And I think it had failed to provide appropriate frameworks in holding property owners accountable or protecting tenants to displacement and ground lease agreements, or providing a framework for how tenants exert their TOPA rights. But I guess I wonder, putting forth that subtitle to me means the district is looking at social housing.
Well, I think that when you create affordable housing, and I struggle with the definition, right? You're creating affordable housing that is social housing. Many of the tenants or the sort of goals of this bill are already things that we consider when we're putting affordable housing together, having community engagement, resident engagement, making sure we can stretch the dollars as far as we can with touching as much affordability levels as we can. And everything's kind of a negotiation depending on the market, depending on the neighborhood, depending on the levels of income that we can actually reach. So these are things that we always consider. And that's why when you look at our different RFPs and thresholds, we do try to put forth the policies, and as we learn different things to bring projects to bear. And for our current RFP, we got 54 projects responding for $880 million.
Right. We
have projects that can create the units that you want, but we just don't have the dollars. There's not $880 million to give out to create everything. Right. So it becomes competitive. It becomes, and I don't think that will change with a social housing agency. I think we have social housing objectives, and I think that we can work together, and it should be part of, even if it is created, it should be part of, an overall housing ecosystem.
Yeah. How do you reconcile, I think it was, how much does Montgomery County, it was 3 million that they spent, and they got more bang for, I would say, more bang for their buck as far as terms of creating affordable housing. How do you reconcile the amount that they spent, the minimal amount they spent versus the substantial amount we've spent with getting less?
We've produced a whole lot more units. Montgomery County has produced 20% of their units.
Okay.
So we are focusing on really producing a lot more units. So they're doing a market rate model and using those dollars to create, 20% of their units so that's not, if you look at it in comparison, we're creating a whole lot more units.
Okay. So it's the fact that we are creating more units than they are creating that makes up for the difference in costs.
Yes.
That we're saying that they've spent that we haven't gotten.
Right. We're spending a lot more to create more units at deeper affordability levels. Right. So they're doing 20% of their units at 50%.
I got what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. I hear what you're saying as far as the
Right.
deeply affordable piece of
And
that.
more of them.
Let me ask you this, I guess, why can't the city sort of become a developer in its own right to create social housing instead of solely relying on private developers? If we are using housing production trust fund dollars, money, if we're not using it like it's statutorily required, since 30% MFI has not been met in various years, why not invest in a model that will produce social housing?
You're saying, okay, so I want to repeat your question.
So statutorily, you guys have done a great job between 2022 and 23. I noted, absolutely, you've done increased. Historically, sort of, we were using housing production trust fund dollars, and in my opinion, they were not being used like they were statutorily required to be used. And so with that notion, not using them statutorily like they're supposed to be used in previous years, I guess my question is, why don't you see us creating our social housing as a way to create more of that? Wouldn't we reach our goal faster if the district also took on the role and became our own sort of developer in its own right in creating housing?
No, I think that, developers are efficient. This is what they do. They're always on trend with the market. We actually partner with them to figure out what's going on in the market. I don't think that creating the creation of all of these units are by developers. These were policy decisions that were made that created units at certain affordability levels. Now, one of the things we've talked about is the teachers, the lawyers, the police officers, right? They're not 30, they're not, those people aren't 30% and below, right? So now we have to look at the units that we did create. We didn't create as much for that level, but we did get to 30% and below in 2023 at a greater level. So to me, it's not a matter of how it's produced or who's producing it, because I think the partners that we have are quite efficient in producing. It's a matter of our policy direction. Are we going to put more money in? Are we going, to fund at this income level? We're going to fund at lower income levels. It's a policy decision, but the production chain is working. I think because, they're incentivized to do well. They have to feed, their business, their, whatever they have to do. Government is not incentivized in that way at all. And so we've had we have the history of AWC, NCRC.
Yeah, I gotta look up the history because this was my first time hearing about it. I'm very interested in looking for it. I think when we thought about creating the Office of Social Housing, we were going to bring people who had expertise, developers similar, who do the work already into that office. I think the difference is their aim is not, I'm not gonna say their aim is only profit. They just have to consider profit. If we did it, we could consider sort of the good of our city instead of profit. And I think that just puts us in a different position when we get to sort of make it work for our municipality. And
so you're assuming that profit is the reason we're not creating more affordability.
No, I'm saying any developer has to margin it in. And if I left
and any government agency has to margin it in too, right? Because you still have to pay for your,
we don't margin it for, we talked about this earlier, like education, ambulance services, like there's certain municipal public goods that we just sort of, it's for the public good. We chalk it up, right? We don't make any money. I mean, I guess long-term we
right. But what I'm saying is
students who become great people, but there's no sort of like.
But when you consider a new agency, there are administrative costs and overhead, right? So this is the overhead that we don't have to employ or use by working with public-private partners, right? And so we all know that government is not efficient in that way. We have all kinds of policies.
We don't have enough workers. Just joking.
But I mean, think about the policies and all of the rules that we have that makes, human capital not efficient, right? Like, so when you work with a private partner, those things become more efficient.
Sorry, I know I'm over time. I appreciate the conversation.
I'm happy to talk more about it too.
And we will. So
yes, we will.
the issue, developers, need to make a profit, not because they're greedy, but because it's a for-profit entity. Developers also don't fund these projects out of their own pockets. They get investors. Those investors need to make a profit, a substantial profit, if that investment is to be attractive. So one of the potential benefits of social housing is that it is reducing the number of entities that need to take a profit, thereby reducing the cost of housing, which should allow us to produce more.
So I think the cost of housing is a cost of housing. And I remember having a conversation with may rest in peace, Marion Barry, many years ago. And he had this thought about nonprofit developers are cheaper than for-profit developers. And that's just not true, right? The cost of housing is the cost of housing. Now, the for-profit developers may use what they make very differently. And the nonprofit developers may invest it back into their nonprofit or whatever, but the cost of housing is the cost of housing. And my argument would be that if we put all the government layers on it, it actually would probably be more costly. And I think, again, those agencies that we ended up disbanding prove that, right? Like it just couldn't work because there was just so much investment in those agencies in terms of people and just nothing happened, right? But I also want to note that in our structures, we actually limit the amount that any developer comes in and makes. And that's the same for-profit or mission-based developers and not-for-profits. They're limited to how much they can make. They can write in 12, 15%, where like you get $1 million.
But some of their money, but they still will have outside investors.
So the outside investors typically in our projects are LIHTC investors. They make their money mostly not on returns in cash, but mostly on their tax credits that they're buying, right? So their investment is not like they're getting money, they're getting losses, they're getting things so they can write off. There's not a lot of return that you're thinking of in a normal market rate deal.
There still is an issue, though. I mean, I do agree. Private sector is generally much more efficient than government. However, the private sector, even with the programs that we have and are well funded in the district, are producing mostly by a long shot luxury apartments, which is not what we need most. And so there has to be some intervention.
Sorry, which programs are you referring to we're not producing luxury apartments at DHCD?
The city, as we go out, the majority of units being produced in the district, the vast majority are luxury. And that are not affordable to most DC residents. So we have a need as a city, as a government, that the private sector is not producing, which means we have to find some intervention to create that gap.
I agree. Land acquisition, land bank, like inserting ourselves being as part of the deal and buying into it so that we can create more affordability, even as people are developing market rate deals, asking to partner with them and, so that it doesn't even have to come through us. We can have a source that says we'd like to buy into your deal as a land purchase, like as Councilmember Lewis George said, right? There's a way to do that.
Final thing I'll say, I have to get to a community meeting.
I'm not important.
You are very important. While we've been here for 6 hours, 5 hours. And I'm glad we have. I mean, this has been incredibly helpful and productive. Two other things I just want to flag very quickly. One is one of the things that we heard from public witnesses, particularly on the first panel, residents, was the idea around the amenities around the housing. So we put money into housing, but we don't control what amenities go around there. And people with low incomes want amenities just like people with higher incomes.
Mhm.
And that's something we have to think about
Mhm.
as well, that it's not easy to do. And one of the potential benefits to social housing. So there are a number of ideas to contend with. I think everyone here recognizes that we do have a housing crisis in the district.
Absolutely.
That if we project forward with what we're doing, we're not going to overcome that crisis. And so we have to look at significant alterations to what we do. I'm over time on my final round, but do you have any final thoughts for me? I know Councilmember Lewis George may have a few additional.
But just in terms of the mixed income, I completely agree that making sure that we're developing in terms of the community along with what we're putting, into investment in housing makes a lot of sense, because if I have to travel to a grocery store, and I think that doing a more master development planning, creating mixed use makes sense, some commercial level. But again, our funding sources at DHCD are limited. We can use CDBG dollars to create some community facilities, but we would need those dollars to be linked to create commercial investments or asking developers to find other resources in order to create commercial level on their space that may require zoning changes. That could all be done. And I think that's a very good idea. One of the things that we're looking at DHCD is how we can work with our neighborhood-based partners to focus on those sort of community, commercial, business developments, and target and have a plan around the housing investment that we've made, so that could, come to fruition, as opposed to, hey, I'm doing a little here, a little there. Let's have you target and really do a revitalization plan that is layered with the affordable housing investment that we've done. So I agree with that.
I appreciate it. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yep, I'm gonna finish up quickly. I'm sure you know that people have been looking at Marbury Plaza as a potential for social housing, and for very good reason. Do you see Marbury Plaza as a potential space to do a pilot of social housing? If not, why not? And if so, how do we make it happen?
So again, everything what we do to me is social housing. We're talking about income band levels. Marbury Plaza is that income band that you're focusing on. Yes, Marbury Plaza is something like 400 units, right? That is a third of what we currently, or almost a third of what we currently produce. Marbury Plaza has to be looked at, and I think this is a specific discussion around Marbury Plaza and maybe a specific financing tool for them that may not exist. It may require specific bonds for it. The amount it would cost to rehabilitate and fix that project is very large. And so how we get there, it would take years and years of housing production trust fund allocation. So yes, Marbury Plaza can accomplish many of the goals, if not all the goals. And just like any, we can accomplish all these goals from a policy standpoint, but a discussion does need to be had about Marbury Plaza if we are going to fix it. And that's a specific.
Gotcha.
It can't, with our existing tools, it would take up all of the bond cap. It would take, you know what I mean? Like,
That's right.
So, but yes.
Okay. I appreciate that answer. And I think it illuminates the larger question, which is my question here is, we know there is an emergency for many families, right? And so, you heard the first two witnesses, Heather and Linda, talk about what they need as residents. I spoke about my own family who has experienced displacement. My nephew found an IZ unit though. Other people who contact my office about being, displaced. And, we talked about the studies at the very beginning that 82,000 DC residents are 1 out of every 10 are not having stable housing. I asked the witnesses this, and I'm going to ask you, what can we do now to help residents? Because we can't afford to keep doing the same thing. I'm grateful to hear the strides that have been made between 22 and 23. Let's keep being that intentional and keep being with our housing production trust fund dollars. But I guess this is an emergency and I want to work on this as an emergency. What can we do in an emergency way to stop the displacement that is very much happening every day in the city?
That's a good question. I don't have the answer for it right now, but in terms of some of the regulations, like one thing that came to mind when you said that your family was displaced, I wondered, did they get the notice, the 180-day notice? Did they get the 90-day notice? Because then there was opportunity to litigate so that they could stay. What we could do today, I always think about this every night. Is there something that the district can do to change the market and to stop rising costs? And I don't know what that is currently. I'm thinking about it. Anybody here have an idea? I'll take
social housing.
No, social housing doesn't stop rising costs.
But thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Thank you very much, Director Green. I appreciate you being with us today. And want to thank again all of our public witnesses. And again, welcome anyone who's interested in submitting written comments for the official record. Please visit the council's online hearing portal, lims.dc.gov/hearings, or you can email your testimony to the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov. The record for this roundtable will remain open until close of business on Tuesday, December 12th. And if you're interested in learning more about the work of the Housing Committee or my office, please sign up for updates at robertwhiteatlarge.com. With that, the business before this committee is concluded. The time is now 5:45 p.m. and this roundtable is adjourned.